Right, hello everybody and welcome to today's stream. Mesmerizing module movement. Today is gonna be Purple Science Day, for which we are gonna need quite a few of these mesmerizing modules over here. So yeah, we switched off the 1000 signs per minute base after 50 hours of stable 1000 signs per minute production. We researched everything we need to research, which includes mining productivity 51 to get to full blue belts of ore with 6 miners, and bot speed 15, which can keep up with the fastest spiders known to man without getting left behind. So those were our research goals for the 1k SPM. Now we're working on the 10k SPM, for which we're gonna need roughly 150,000 of these Mark III modules. So we repurposed the 1000 signs per minute base to go back to module production again. So we are making 50 modules a minute here out of all of this copper, which previously was supplying the red, green and blue chips for 1000 signs per minute, but which is now producing modules again. We designed this from the start. We had a run of module production before the 1000 signs per minute base was operational. We basically designed this as one of the first things and then let it produce modules while we set up all the rest of the 1000 signs per minute base, like rocket fuel, low density structures over here, all the different science packs. Got the yellow signs here with the robot frames being bulky, solar panels and accumulators for space science. We got the other 5 science packs lined up here, and the old science production, which now is idle. Alright, so that is where we're at. We have already completed 10,000 signs per minute designs of 3 of the science packs, which is looking a little bit bigger than the 1000 signs per minute base, to no one's surprise, I guess. But this is 10,000 signs per minute in red signs, including the gear production just right at the front of it. Green signs slightly larger because 6 seconds crafting time instead of 5. We're making the belts and inserters up here and mixing them together into 8 different belts. And then blue signs, which was the purpose of last stream. Even more assembles because blue signs is twice as slow as green signs still. And it requires very cool. It requires 4 blue bells of red chips, 4 red bells of engines and 4 yellow bells of sulfur. So that's quite cool. All of that has been set up last time. This is red chips. This red chip for blue signs is larger than the entire red chips for everything in the 1k signs per minute base, but we could nicely recycle our designs here. 3 of these setups produce 1.05 belts of red chips, so we always have a backed up belt here, which is important because we need exactly 4 belts of these. Sulfur production a bit easier over here. This is just like 10 sulfur producers, that's enough. And then engine production is set up over here, which requires all of this steel smelting and most of this iron smelting. So that is how far we got. If we look at the resource table, which we put down here, you can see blue signs roughly 34 belts of stuff in total. We did that. Red and green signs 21 in total, blue 34. Today we're going to be tackling the first of the big boys. You see a very big jump from blue signs to purple. We're going from 34 belts of resources to 172. So it's probably best if we take it per ingredient like we laid out here, but we'll see. Maybe we can make some truly massive setups depending on how it all turns out, where the resources be, how much space we've got, how it all fits together with the most optimal routing, shortest distances possible between miners, furnaces and the actual making it into stuff. So yeah, then yellow signs is a bit less resources again, but it is way more complicated with all the more difficult more sophisticated producers, especially the robot frames. And Space Science has like a ton of different ingredients. I don't even want to think about that yet. Thanks, thanks SDB, hello, for the 9th month subscription. Right, that kind of concludes, I guess, the intro thing. I'm not going to reload. I have bettered my life. Before I did not want to pass time during these intros where I didn't do anything, but since we're spending literal hours, we will be spending literal tens of hours in total over the entire scope of this playthrough in editor mode, designing stuff. I think it's okay to let the game just do stuff in the background while we to offset the time we spend in editor mode, basically. Let's just quickly check the pollution cloud before we start. Do we already need to worry? I think we'll be good for a couple. We'll be good for a little bit more. I think we can probably. We may be able to finish the 10k signs per minute thing. Turn it on and only then start clearing out biters to keep ahead of the expanding pollution cloud. It will be fast expanding, but I think we should be able to keep up, especially because the 1k signs per minute base now does produce a lot less pollution than before. So now we're at this level for our assemblers, which are the most polluting, 10k pollution a minute, I think, and before we were at roughly double that. So yeah, we switched off half of the 1000 signs per minute base. Only the part which is producing chips and turning it into Mark III modules is now active. So theoretically we should see some pollution cloud shrinking going on eventually. With a pollution cloud this large though, the inertia is quite large, so that will take a lot of time. Right. So I did do one thing off cam on purpose. You may notice some weird beacons over here. There's a weird lab setup over here. For some reason there's space signs and that's fine. I have to clear it out eventually, but not yet. There's a weird lab over here. Here's our old rocket launching facility. And then we just keep on walking, ignore the train. Spiders are immune. Keep on walking. Hey, there's another one of those weird labs. Oh, and here's another half one. What's going on here? I don't know. Let's go up. There's part of a rail line with some belts. There's another weird lab. And another one. Alright, so what is this? This is the 1000 signs per minute base rocket launching facility we just passed. And this is going to be the 10,000 signs per minute base rocket launching facility. It is a little bit tedious to line this up properly, but I want to keep the old one and the new one next to it. So I spent a little bit of time off cam aligning this. This is all pretty boring stuff because I cannot just use the blueprint. I need to copy this and paste sections of it. It was very, very tedious. It cost me about 40 minutes to just place those couple sections of labs around. So be glad you missed that. We've got another section over here. So we need to, in the end, we're going to get rid of our entire starter base, including the steel and the green chip production. And we're going to replace it with the 10,000 signs per minute base rocket launching facility, which we already properly lined up, which is mostly important for this rail section, because that's how we're going to bring in the science pack. Then these belts are supposed to bring in the rocket parts and the satellite parts, similar to how we are bringing it in here on 6 different belts. Of course, for 10,000 signs per minute, that is going to have to be a bit bigger. Alright, so that is the little bit of... That's the only thing I did off cam, as well as reconnect some cables properly. So just boring stuff, basically. Today we're gonna do interesting stuff. Thanks Mihan Loco for the 6th month level 3 subscription as well. It's a long way to 10,000 signs per minute. I was just thinking, I finished designing 3 of these science packs in like 2 dedicated streams with a stream in between in which I did do some other stuff like blasting biters and whatnot. Suddenly I started feeling pretty good about my chances to complete this, but Let's first see how long it is going to take to design purple signs. Like I said, we have like a over 5-fold jump in resources. Yeah, this may be a wake-up call, a moment of cold realization, this stream for me. Just as I started to feel like, hey, it's not going to be that difficult to complete 10,000 signs per minute. It actually may turn out that it will be. Alright. I wish electricians were as obsessed with cables as Mike is. If they were, then they would cost 10 times as much, because they would they would spend most of the time neatly organizing the cables instead of making the actual work. You have no right to walk near starterways train and spider. I have news for you. This train is probably going to have to make way eventually for the 10,000 signs per minute rocket launching facility. But until that time, it's going to be in the very end, at the starter base, and this railway can stay. You can try all you want. I can take the hits. Not a chance. Right. So we kind of found a suitable area for 10,000 signs per minute purple signs all the way up here. It has a lot of iron patches nearby. We kind of fitted it on there last time. This copper patch could supply the full 20 belts of copper and like 20 belts of iron or something, and the steel could come from 5 patches here somehow. I made a save so I can look how I pasted it all together. There's also some stone and some coal available, both of which we need 2 to 3 patches. And of course we've got oil as well for the red chips for furnaces and productivity modules. So I think I'm not going to try to find a even better spot. We're just gonna build it here and hope we can still find a good space for yellow signs and later for space signs as well. We may have some very long belts to bring back to bring back all those rocket parts and satellite ingredients on these belts if we build it all the way up here, but we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. One sec. This is only gonna disappear shortly before we finish the stream anyway, because after we switch on 10,000 signs per minute and all is working, we don't really have that much more reason to go ahead for a long time. So it's probably only the last handful of streams where the starter base is going to have to go. Okay. So yeah, what to do? Can I do something in the real map still before we go into editor mode to check out purple signs? I guess we're just gonna go ahead and design it in there. I guess we can look at this. We can place some more solar panels in the meantime. We've got 37,000 solar panels in here. So we should be able to do like 8 stamps. We should have enough for that. Slowly but surely we are filling in the grid here. I think that's a quarter of all the stamps left to go. Yeah, that's a quarter of all the stamps left to go. So yeah, it is gonna be like 5 more hours or so until we have enough to fill in everything. We also built a little bit outside last stream, This is for performing a weird trick. Where we can actually delete the 10,000 roboports in here without tediously deleting them line by line, 100 lines for 100 lines or so. I found the trick to get all these bots to deconstruct all the roboports and then get reassigned to my main base without any of them getting stuck. So we're going to try to perform that. That is where this extra space comes in. We're going to need to deconstruct all the trees and rocks to get all the bots located in the center. Then we try to get all of the bots airborne on the way to picking up a roboport. And as soon as all bots are assigned a target, it no longer matters if they run out of power or roboport range. If it's got the target assigned, it should complete its journey. It only won't have a space to come back to, and that is when the bots will get reassigned to the starter base. That is the plan, at least. For now though, while we stay around, let's have some sounds on the background. Maybe it will get annoying, but we'll see. Alright, this train's gonna come and go every so often. And meanwhile we can go over to the calculator. So 3 out of the 6 science packs we're going to do a check. Technically I can get rid of military science, because we won't be building it. Okay, this is going to be annoying in the background sound. Let me zoom out a bit. It's going to be a little bit less loud. Yeah, military science we are not going to do, at least not before we switch on the other 6 science packs. This is probably going to be the last project, just to get some time on the 10,000 science per minute graph. Ideally 10 hours, but we'll see to how much UPS we get left with once it's all up and running. So let's go to purple science. That is the goal of today. Actually, very interestingly, if we just ignore the entire cost and only look for the most basic ingredients, you can see we need less than 1 belt of furnaces, less than 1 belt of productivity modules, and then we need 27 belts of rails. Okay. I was thinking, okay, that's nice, that's going to be easy to divide this stuff over the purple science setup, but no, we need 27 belts of rails. That is a lot of belts of rails. That is probably going to be the first hurdle. How are we going to divide this over the science setup? Unlike red, green and blue science, we did not design the science assemblers yet for purple science. So we could start with that. "27 does not really divide nicely by 4 or 8 or 16. The closest we can get is like 28 belts of rails, and then it's going to be like 28, and it's going to be like 7 belts of rails per 4 belts, or like per quarter of science production. That's probably the closest we can get. We're tackling real problems. I think we're just gonna pretend it's 28. Yeah, indeed, SDB. That's the right idea there. 280 assemblers we're gonna need. We're just gonna pretend we need to produce 28 belts of rails, and then feed 1 belt of rails to each 10 assemblers. That's probably going to be the way to do it. And also, if we make 4 lines for this, like because we have 4 output belts, that's 7 belts of rails per set of assemblers. There's going to be a little bit of tricky routing in there, I presume. But I think we can go with the blue sign setup with the line of beacons down the middle. So we have only 8 8 speed modules affecting the assemblers, which means beacons on one side. That plays in very nicely if you need to route 7 belts of rails next to every science assembler. I think we're gonna start with doing this. That looks like a good place to start. We can actually do some part of that in the real world, I think. I think this is gonna be clear enough to do it in the real world. SDB did hydrate, thanks. I actually have water today, so it will actually hydrate me for a change. Yeah, red green was gonna be pretty easy. It was just gonna be... Let's go back to the game. So red and green science was pretty easy. That was just an exercise in how the science assemblers are gonna look, which is like this, basically. I mean, two gear assemblers is pretty easy. We did route this number of belts before already, so that was not too hard. I think concepts of these belt mixers are gonna exist more than this. Here we produce 4 belts of belts, that sounds very funny. And 4 belts of inserters, we mix them together in 8 half belts into here. So this was mostly an exercise in this part. So that we figured it out before blue science. Blue science, we again have weird belt mixers making half belts here from 4 belts of inputs. This was the first thing, which has pretty large scale things attached to it, like these giant miners purposely built. We are basically just copy pasting full lanes of green chips here. And then we have these which produce a full lane of red chips per 3 lines. So this is a good exercise for scaling up to purple signs. I think we're gonna, after that, we are gonna start off with rails probably, because that's the only ingredient which does not require oil. This is fairly simple. The numbers here are insane, by the way. I mean, what even does 36,000 stone per minute mean? We just have to make 72,000 rails a minute out of over 100,000 ingredients a minute. Let's just change this to seconds, just to get an idea of what we're gonna do. It is 1,200 rails every second of the game. 1,200 rails every second. That is just insane. And then we're gonna go to like 28 belts, so that's gonna be something like, I don't know, 1260. Yeah, 1260 a second. That is our goal. This is what our goal is gonna be. So 14 belts of stone. "14 belts of stone, 14 belts of sticks, 14 belts of steel." Yeah, if you say it like this, it doesn't sound that intimidating anymore. But still, it's one sec. Yeah, alright. Yeah, 10,000 signs per minute will have a ton of pollution indeed. But the pollution cloud is gonna take a little bit of time to expand out. So hopefully we will have time to clear out the biters with our 2 spider teams. As long as I don't blow up any spiders again, we should be good. We should be able to keep up with the expanding pollution cloud. Right. We are still looking at the rail line here. We're first gonna design the assemblers though. Let's start with that. So yeah, every 10 assemblers needs 1 belt for the rails, and for the rest it's just 1 belt of productivity modules and 1 belt of furnaces. That should be easy enough. We are back in the game. For this I can probably use my old designer area. Let me get my my OG supply spiders up there as well, which are providing us. We built everything for the 1k base out of our spiders basically with my personal roboports. But for the 10k that's not viable. It's just the builds are too large and we need like a Mark IV battery or something to be able to do that. So, or we need to have like 20 power armors with filled up batteries lined up. So that's going to be a horror show either way. We're doing it with base bots with this giant pillar of a roboport highway, which we're going to connect. For now though, I think let's switch off the roboport. We're first gonna have to alter the. I think we're gonna have to alter the blue signs design, if really, because we want to work with a row of beacons down the middle, and then all these 7 belts of rails are going to be on the outside here. So I guess let's just copy. I guess we'll just copy the. Maybe I should just use the. I don't know what I should do. I think I should just copy like one line because we're gonna have a lot of extra belts on the outside. 30 and 30, that is 60 assemblers. We want to go a bit longer than that. We need 70 assemblers in one line. Is this like tileable or not? I probably better just do this horizontal so it fits on the screen a bit better. Okay, so let's just grab a section with some of these substations and see if we can just paste it. We can. Alright, hopefully that doesn't break any of the belting, but we'll have to redo the belting anyway. So we need 35 assemblers in a row, which means this needs to go. Okay, that lines up pretty annoyingly with the substations though. So we'll probably have to move those around a bit. Yeah, I think we can maybe like put 3 of those behind. That will exactly cover with this substation. And if we delete 3 on the beginning, we have a little bit of extra space there, but that's okay. 35 and 35. We also should connect somewhere for the... Oh wait, the beacons are not going to be powered in the end. So this beacon is powered. These beacons are not going to be powered by the substation. So we probably want to like put a large power line there or something, just to power this one beacon here. The rest is going to be powered. And of course, we gotta be expensive electricians and hook it up in a triangle. That could be something, right? Alright, I'll go over the map and the biters in a bit. I first want to do this purple sign stuff. At least the assemblers. I'm just gonna... Oh, we're gonna need to do some belt weaving here as well. Either that or... This is a little bit of a pain because we've got 35 assemblers in a line and we need 1 belt of rails per 10 assemblers. Then again, putting 70 assemblers in one line is a bit much as well. Then we cannot output all the signs on one side of the belt. We could output signs on two sides of the belt. I'm already wishing I had map editor now. Then we can zoom out a bit further without losing sight of what's going on. Okay, this would be 71 assemblers. Yeah, it has the same problem with the substations. Alright, maybe I can just... yeah, I don't know. This is... wait, there's 142 assemblers. So that's one too many. Oh, that is good news. That means we can delete one of these. And we don't need a... then everything will be powered. Now I'm tempted to do it like this. Check again. 140 assemblers, so purple signs will have two times this setup if we do it in one big line. That is actually viable. We are outputting on the far side. We are outputting 4 belts of signs though, so we will need to switch side after 35 assemblers, which is where I'm standing exactly. So here we basically need to do the weird splitter thing. So signs comes in on the far side of the belt, and then we want to priority output to the near side of the belt. And then these guys have space on the far side again, and out should come like 0.9 belts of signs, or however exactly it is, however much exactly it is. Also, it's never night in editor mode. Let's check how the bots are doing. The bots are done. Oh, that was fast. $14,000 solar panels remaining. Now we are in the map, so let's just have them fly out once more. 4 more stamps, we should have exactly enough for that. Right, so let's cut the 4-lane design. So this was gonna look something like this. 2, 3, 4. But yeah, we're gonna go with the long design. That just makes more sense for purple signs, apparently. These blue signs, I should build them once, really. Wait, let's just get that changed up. Okay, now if I do this from the map view, we should probably be able to change all of these to purple. Alright. At least people who are just joining in, like Solar Boy, hello, will know that we are doing purple signs instead of blue. Alright. So now we have 70 per side. I think I quickly need to take another look into the calculator here. I'm thinking about using a red belt for supplying these. We only need 1 belt. We're gonna have to divide this over 4. So that will easily fit. That's only 600 items per belt. Which means we can do it on one side of a red belt, right? If we make 3/4 of this. And we change to red belts. Yeah, 0.333 red belts of throughput we need. So we can do that with red belts. So we have two options then. Option 1. The thing is, we're going to need to have the rails close by, because we need to insert 30 rails per crafting cycle, which is a lot. These things are going to be running on crafting speed 3, so that's once every 7 seconds. So we need to insert 30 rails per 7 seconds, and it's probably not going to be available at an optimized full belt, especially for the last assemblers in the row. They're going to be spend time collecting a bit. So this is probably not going to work for rails. So I was first thinking, let's do the non-bulky stuff close by, electric furnaces and productivity modules, and just have the rails come in, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. But we cannot grab rails with long-handed inserters. There's no way these are going to be able to swing 10 times per 7 seconds. So the rotation speed is 432 degrees a second, which is slightly faster than once per second. But I also spend time collecting the rails. So there's just no way. I'm not even going to test that. I'm pretty sure these cannot keep up. I don't really want to test it, because then I need to go in editor mode. I don't want to do that just yet. So rails needs to be on the near side of the belt always. That means we either have to do like belt weaving again. So the red belt will be productivity modules and furnaces, and then the blue belt will have to be rails, but the rail belt will change out every 10 assemblers for a new one. I think that will kinda look not very nice. If we belt weave on this on the output side, then the purple science belt, I think I want to give this priority. This should just be visible for the aesthetic pleasure. I think I'm thinking about this is not UPS is not gonna like this, but it's only 280 assemblers, so we may actually just do this. We can still use a red belt just for fun. We can have like red belts to draw the productivity modules and furnaces from one tile away, and we'll have the rail belt be close by. Okay, let's get rid of that. That should work. It's probably gonna be better though to have those equidistant. This way we're also only going to grab 3 productivity modules and 3 furnaces at a time instead of 12. 12 is better for UPS, but it's also going to take a while to stabilize production, because we are grabbing way more stuff than we need. If it grabs 12 electric furnaces in one swing, it then has enough electric furnaces to produce for 84 seconds before it needs to grab again. Anyway, UPS doesn't matter too much on the smaller sections of the build. It is the large sections where we want to make sure we're the more we need to build, the more it matters. Like smelting, it's very nice to have this consume a minimal amount of UPS, whereas just the end science production, this is nothing compared to the rest. So we can splurge a little bit on UPS cost over here. So I'm thinking, let's just do this. I will grab on the very end 8, 9, 10. So this just looks like this, and this just continues on. And then we're gonna grab rails, and the rail belt has to switch out every 10 assemblers. So we have 7 rail belts incoming here. That is 6, so that is 7. That somehow has to connect to this belt over here. So I guess we're gonna have a small underground section here. We should still be good grabbing from a red belt, especially with a long-handed inserter. We can bring rails out like this. We can also space it like this instead. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, bot still placing solar panels, so that's good. At least we're passing some time in the actual world here, so that is also nice. Am I far away from a power network? Kinda. I think I do want to just hook this up for a second. Come on, where is it? There's such a large area. Okay, I was just gonna look on the map, but here we are. Okay, then this blinking will stop. That is nice. Now we need to end up here. Then we can place the next substation as well. Alright, so this is our section. I think we're just gonna be mirroring this on the south side afterwards anyway. So we can delete it. I think I'm just gonna build this now. Why not? Let's grab my support spiders, because there's no way I have enough stuff in my inventory. I don't have the modules on me though. I think we gotta send the assist spider back to go grab some of those modules. Let's say just 1000 of each should get us away. We need a bunch of beacons, assemblers and belts. Also red belts. Probably not that many though. And some of these guys have beacons. Like this guy. Let's grab all of those. Red inserters actually. Blue we are not using, looks like. Alright, and apparently we need assemblers as well. Okay, there's a lot of beacons still. Okay, I'm gonna put those back. Which guy had beacons? This guy. We need some assemblers, and then we can send those guys back to the base to restock, especially on modules. Okay, this roboport is very annoyingly one tile, making a one tile gap here, so let's place this guy down. One tile, and then we can quickly delete it again. And we didn't interrupt anything from the roboport network. More illegal strategies here. This probably also should be 2 tiles in actually. Michael's getting sidetracked again. I have a problem looking at chat. I will do it in a second. Alright. That's better. Right, so this is our module basically. We want to copy this every 10 science assemblers. So that means this is going to have to be a red underground. And this has to stop here. So now this should fit every 10 assemblers like this. Okay, are we lining up? We are lining up, alright. Okay, we should have the models as well. Let's bring back those support spiders. So this is how the rails are going to come in. The question is, are we just going to follow the outline? I think we will. We will just do this for all of them. Either that or we have to bring in the first one. Something like this. That could work as well. Then we have an easier time extending the bells. Because then all of these can just go straight. I think this is fine really. This is why we have bot speed 15, by the way. I can just walk at full speed and the bots catch up to me and they don't get left behind. Right, I'm gonna re-chat until it's day again, because I saw some questions in there as well. Yeah, SDB had the right idea. 27 belts need to supply 280 machines. We're just gonna pretend it's 28 belts. We are still in van mode, yes. I never left van mode really. I'm even just using my own personal data. The only difference is I am hooked up to the power grid. So I don't need to worry about spending half my van's battery bank in one single stream like I usually need to do when on the road. Yes, all the biters are eradicated except ones on islands which cannot send troops anyway. Only quantum biters exist, but they don't exist. They are in a non-existing state at the moment. I guess they're in both states, but as long as we don't look, they don't exist. Yeah, we're gonna expand because of pollution. It is day again in the base. We are indeed undefended. The belt side. Switch. How fast would 4 red inserters be grabbing from 2 belts of rails? That would probably be fast enough, but also very inefficient. We can... I think red inserters are like 8 times as inefficient as stack inserters for UPS, given that they are twice as slow swinging and have a stack size of 3 compared to 12. Oh, get up and stretch. Oh, I already missed that. Alright, I'm gonna postpone that one until sorry, but I'm gonna postpone that one until I have something to build. Right, so this is the spacing we need. This is if you build like regular repeating designs, this is a trick you can do. This belt goes here, this belt goes here. Now it's very easy to put all the other ones in place by just copying this on top of each other, and all of that should be right, except that I forgot to place the underground belts at the receiving end. So we'll have to manually fix that. And that is immediately where the pain of 10,000 signs per minute comes in. At 1000 signs per minute it's still doable to fix these mistakes in post, so to say. But on 10,000 signs per minute, making changes to a repeating design can be very inconvenient, because you will manually need to either deconstruct everything and reconstruct everything, or you just manually need to fix like 20 belts instead of 2 belts. So we gotta be sure that we have this completely right before we copy paste this design 4 more times. Alright, out of belts again. This is also not gonna fit in my inventory once I do it. Alright, so theoretically, this is one side of the design. It looks sort of like a weird sideways Christmas tree, which is blue instead of red. Right, so do we have everything right? This goes underground, this just goes through. We check that the belt speed is adequate because we need a third of a belt. We cannot do it with a yellow belt, that would be 2/3. But we can do it like this. We did the substations, inserters are all spaced out correctly, this is not connecting. Outputs are good, we have the belt switcher in the bottom. No, we don't, I built it on the other side. So could I check? Around 35 assemblers, so right here, which is half of 70. We need to switch the output side. So we're putting all these sign specs on the inside of the belt, which were previously on the outside, and then these have space to fill up the outside of the belt. And out should come a full belt of signs. Almost. It's not entirely a full belt, but more than half a belt at least. Alright, I don't see anything wrong, but that is not an indication of anything. Usually those mistakes will only turn up later. So it is time to switch off my Roboport. Ah yeah, like, I did not integrate Roboports in the design right now. I think I'm not going to do that. We're gonna now flip this over. And that is half of the signs, really. Should I build that? Probably not. Let's build it. Okay, we're also missing more inserters and assemblers and whatnot. My inventory is already full again. Yeah, there is just no... You cannot really effectively build 10k SPM setups from your personal armor, man. Your inventory is just not large enough. Your personal battery is not large enough. The bots are fast enough, but they need to charge up too much. It's just not gonna happen. Okay, we need more modules. We also need more red belts. Big. I mean, I understand the reasoning to install like big inventory mod and all those kind of things, and I do not really have anything against that or something, but for me the thing is, where do you draw the line, right? When is it just quality of life, and when does it start to help too much? I'm already not sure about keeping module inserter here, which makes it easier to configure which modules the bots put inside. It's the only quality of life thing I have, and in fact I think I'm gonna get rid of it, because this was only for the early game when I used different modules per machine, but now we don't do that anymore. So we haven't used this in 100 hours or so, I don't think. I mean, the ultimate quality of life mod is just where you take your first burner miner, and when you place it on a mining patch, it just turns into a rocket launching rocket silo, like in my April Fool's video. Just quality of life, you know. Right, no, and I don't mean to rip on quality of life mods, but it's a bit blurry where the line should be, so I rather just avoid them completely. Alright, so this could be the second part, and that could be our entire purple sign setup, really. 280 assemblers. So then we just need to make sure power is connected, which we can do with a substation in the middle everywhere. Alright. I do not want to build all of this though, I don't have enough stuff for sure. Yeah, quality of life, man. Just make rocket fuel mineable from ore patches instead of having to build those annoying, you know... Oil is annoying. Let's have a quality of life mod which turns oil into... like... ore, like the rest of... I am ripping, am I not? Quality of life mods are great. I mean... you can consider this a quality of life mod as well. All this information is available if you want to have it. You can put a radar on a biter nest and just hover over the biter nest to see the evolution factor. You can see, let's make a save actually. You can see the time you played when you are in the save file menu. So all of that information is available. But then again, it's nice to have it on screen. I mean, I can see the grid when the game is paused, but it's also nice to just see the grid without having to pause the game every time. So that is acceptable in my book, but this is already pushing it. I mean, even distribution is a no-go for me for sure. And yeah, module inserter, I should just get rid of it, really. I'm not using it anymore. Alright, so then it's just a matter of getting some roboports in. That normally is best done... that is normally best done... what was I gonna say? In editor mode, but I guess we'll make an exception here. We'll just place the outer ones on the beacons. Then it can connect to something. We have also then extra available roboport space to put output belts there as well. I should build these substations then. Now we just gotta make sure it's connected. We don't need a good roboport grid here. There is no real reason to do it. I don't want to get close to those belts, so maybe let's do this. If I flip that around, that one should be on that one. That one should be on that one. Great vocabulary for the people who are mostly listening in the background instead of watching. We can do one more here on the second. And one more here on the second. And that kind of connects it up. It's weird. We don't even need roboports on the outside, and really this will do to build it. I guess we'll plop down 4 radars in the corners and call it a day, really, realistically speaking. Let's keep it one tile off the belts. Right, so now this design should be completely copyable. Alright, I'll just place it, if I can find it still. Okay, so now if I flip this design vertically, we should see nothing change. We see something because this is why we design in editor mode, man. This is just almost invisible. It is dark, it is ghost builds, nothing is moving. Okay, if I copy this and I flip it, if I flip it horizontally, of course we will see something. But if I flip it vertically, okay, nothing is changing position. That means everything is put in the right location. And I think that is our blueprint. I'm getting a bit out of space here. Let's make a copy of this one. We can get rid of the description actually. Clocking these this does not work, so we are not going to bother with that. We make a copy 10k purple designs assemblers, and then we select new contents, and it's gonna be this. Alright, that's 4,000 belts for this part. I do want to put in lights, but on the other side, lights just have a terrible range, really. Okay, lights are switching off again, but lights just don't have enough range. They don't light up an area large enough, so you need to put really a lot of them. I'm not really sure I want to spend time doing that right now. Okay, but that is this designed. Now we are just gonna delete all of this again. And I'm gonna try to get as much of this in my inventory as I can, but it's not gonna work out. I think we're already gonna be filled up right now. Okay, let's put back what we can. Yeah, we didn't take anything from that guy. You could flip every other row, so the rails come in from rows 2 and 4. Yeah, of course there's a lot of different options. This is the one I came up with first. I don't really see a good reason to change it. Okay, now we're deconstructing this side and putting the missing objects in place on the other side. It might just exactly fit in the inventory. Right. Okay, that was a mistake. I just wanted to do this. Alright, all of these boys are filled back up. Ah! Okay, I won't click anymore. This is it. Yeah, alright. So here we make a save then. This is actual save 42. Purple signs assemblers designed. That is the actual save. Far reach is one of my main mods too. I purposely postponed researching those extra reach technologies in Warptorio, because it's way too easy to get used to that, man. That extra range. So yeah, I didn't really want to do that. Alright, 15,000 solar panels in the network now. So yeah, we said 161 hours, so I guess we'll just wait until hour 160. I can paste down one more set though. Am I sure? Yeah, 15,000. Each of these contains roughly 3,000 solar panels, so 1, 2, 3 and 4 should be fine. And then we just need roughly 45,000 solar panels more. We can fill in the rest. And then we can actually stop that train going out towards the solar field, as we're probably not gonna extend the extra 2 rings out of here, since we predict we're gonna have enough with the 75 gigawatts that this rectangle is gonna provide us. It's a little bit tricky though, especially because how much does one of these miners use with the modules inside? 280 kilowatts. Okay, it's not that much. Of course, it's more than like nothing, which these use is like 18 kilowatts. But yeah, I don't think the miners will have a significant impact on the total power use. It's more gonna be the beacon assembler and oil builds and whatnot, which is gonna hog all the power. Alright. So I'll save once more, because I placed the solar power blueprint. I think we no longer really can avoid going into editor mode now, because I want to design my builds in this actual world here in the editor mode, so we can take into account where the locations of the resources are. We did that for blue signs and it worked wonders. We have our iron patch right here, which is why we have this furnace like this, and engines in this specific location, in this specific way, where the resources come in out from the south, because we already knew the resources were going to come out here and we needed to put the engines out there. Same for red chips, we put that next to the copper patch here, so we knew how the resources were going to come in and where they needed to go out. It's good to have this information, because like I said, if I would have needed to turn around, if I would have made just a blueprint which can produce all these red chips, and then it turns out my resources come in from the other side, I would have to turn around all of these bells either manually or adapt the entire blueprint, which could lead to more copy-paste mistakes after having successfully tested a design, and it's just not great. So yeah, doing it in the actual world is gonna be key for my system. Some time has passed, so I'll resave the save yet again, and we're gonna go into editor mode, and I guess we're gonna start with the rail production. That is gonna be... I guess we're gonna look at the resources first. Can we still do that in here? I think we'll better do it in editor mode. Alright, so I'm actually gonna load that save from last time, where I put the miners on the patches in editor mode. I could just use this save file to edit from actually. Did I delete my base here? No, I did not though. Alright, so I guess I just could make a blueprint of this. A temporary blueprint. Put it in here. We can delete these temporary blueprints, those were for blue signs. And I can paste this in my editor world, and I should have everything on the patches because I can line it up with this Roboport stack on the right. So I'm actually gonna load my most recent save, and we're gonna design from this save out. Right, so let's do it the right way this time. We first make the save. I would say we go in editor, purple signs, design time. I use all caps so I don't accidentally play on from one of these saves and invalidate my run for my own feeling because I used editor mode in the run. We're going to the parallel universe, but best is first make a separate save so you cannot accidentally overwrite your main save, and only then go into editor mode. Alright, here we are. It is light, day and night at this point. So we probably want to physically move over there, not through the map view. Go up all the way to the top of this Roboport stack. It is a pretty long Roboport stack. Okay, we're there. I mean, that took a long time to travel to even in the map view. Now we grab our temporary blueprint. We line this up with the Roboport stack. Pixel perfect. Okay, I have a button for this to decrease DPI. That is it. Shift click. That's gonna take a while to put all of that into place. Any day now. I cannot complain though, this is like literal 100,000 entities being placed with a single tile. Alright, I powered up everything as well. These are not aligned properly yet though, so I put everything on the patches like a general idea to see how it would fit, but I did not really align all these miners perfectly, so we may have to move that around a little bit still. But this is the general idea. So this is where our resources are. We've got oil, we've got our one copper patch which has enough copper. I think this one is aligned perfectly already. I think we checked all of these bells. This is producing our full... And wait, this produces even more than we need. It produces 24 bells. Yeah, 24. How much did we need? Actually 23. So yeah, we do need we approximately need a full 24. Kind of depends how we are going to build things. We are overbuilding rails. We may be overbuilding this a little bit as well. Then we'll need the full 24. So copper is aligned. We do not need copper for rails. We do not need copper for 2 of the 3 ingredients from electric furnaces. So those are basically steel and stone. We do actually need copper to make the red chips for furnaces, as well as the red chips and the green chips for productivity modules. So that means basically we have to keep our rail build just out of the way of this copper area. If I remember correctly, our rail uses 3 of these giant steel smelteries. So I think the best chance we've got is building rails, like the best option we've got is building rails somewhere over here probably, lead steel out this way. We've got one iron patch, it's smelting it, and iron is over here. We could use like, instead of using everything from one iron patch, we could diminish this amount of bells. I think we need like 5 bells of iron or so to make sticks for rails, if I remember correctly. So we could grab those 5 belts of this small patch here. As long as we got like 1,000,000 ore under each miner, we should be good, and we are far out. We should be able to place like 5 belts of iron on this patch. Let's check if it is 5 belts of iron. Yeah, 5 belts of iron and 47 belts of steel. Okay, wait a second. This is based off the 26.7 belts we actually need, not only 28 we're gonna build. So we may have to alter this a bit. So yeah, it's 3 patches for rails, 2 patches for bricks, and the rest is like scraps. We also need like 16-ish belts of stone for both furnaces and bricks. A bit of oil, a bit of coal, that's all red chip related. Alright, let's start off with rails then. I guess here is gonna be like red chip production because we've got oil, coal, and here is the copper. This is stone and steel for furnaces, so that can combine with red chips into furnaces. We have iron and copper to make green chips. Maybe this iron patch isn't the best located, maybe we have to use maybe this one or something. I will see, we can use this one, just belt it down, it's not that far. I mean, the build is gonna be big anyway. Rails actually... So there is one issue with rails. So we're gonna be belting in 14 belts of steel and 14 belts of stone. And 5 belts of iron into sticks. That's exactly 5, I think. Yeah, exactly 5. With the 40% productivity bonus. So we are belting in 32 full belts of resources and bringing out 28. So that's not really compressing resources a lot. The main benefit of doing production close by the miners and furnaces is you take a lot of resources in and you get not a lot of resources out. Like here, we're gonna take in 9 belts of steel, 5 belts of chips, and like 9 belts of bricks, and we're gonna exit only 1 single belt of furnaces, so that is excellent. So if we can do that close to the source, it does not really matter how far we need to belt those furnaces around, since we have compressed like a ton of belts of resources into 1 single belt. That is also true for productivity modules to a lesser degree. It is not really true for rails though, so we gotta build rails pretty close to the purple signs assemblers ideally, because the purple signs assemblers will turn those 28 belts into 4 belts of purple signs. And then it gets loaded on a train, so... But yeah, it gets condensed after that point, not before. With rails. Where is my rail design here? Okay, my rail design is gonna look very different. This was just like a scenic one. With sticks as an afterthought, I forgot about those. I was gonna copy and paste this a couple times, but I cannot really. Yeah, it's gonna look very different. I think we gotta design a proof of concept for outputting 1 belt of rails and then just copy that 28 times. Are we still in... No, I'm on the right screen. Now I'm on this screen again. So basically, let's open this in a new tab. We want 28 belts, so we just divide this by 28. That is 1 belt. So half and half and half, 3 half belts into 1 full belt. There is no productivity on the rails, that's all raw throughput. We need exactly 3 factories to output this. Those will be working all the time. I may just want to like add like one beacon or like to one assembler, so we have a slight overproduction, so the belt always stays compressed. But technically we do not need to do that. Yeah, half belt of stone is those 3 miners, because we have mining productivity 51. And so this is like an unbeaconed build, just speed modules in the assemblers. How crazy do we have to go to make this one? This is tempting. Outputting a full belt, I don't think this is possible. We cannot do this, man. We can try, but I think we just need to fork in too many resources and fork out too many resources to make this a viable thing. It would be very cool though, but it needs to be absolutely 100% reliable. Actually, that's not true. That is not true, because we are not using up the full belt of rails. We only need, if we divide this by 10, no, that's not true. We need 10 factories. Put this back to blue belts. Okay, we do have overproduction built in, because we only need 0.95 belt of rails per 10 assemblers. So this is viable actually. 2572. Hello Doggy Dog on the background. So this is what we actually need. So a 24 beacon, a full beacon setup with 12 beacons around the assembler for rails would be fast enough if we can design that. That would be cool. I kinda want to do that now. That's gonna be the first challenge though. Alright. So yeah, let's put that purple science thing down. How big is that compared to the mines? It's about that size. Okay, one thing we gotta do, we gotta put down one of those fake raiders. Maybe not one, maybe a couple. Alright, so this area is now always visible. Now it is. And then we just gotta get rid of all the trees and rocks in here, so we can design in peace. Yeah, getting rails out is gonna be the hard part, I agree. I didn't want to do it, but I probably have to look up the inserter speed wiki. Just let's do that. Factorio inserter speed wiki. Alright. I don't really like to use the wiki like this. But I will, because these inserter speeds are a bit very dependent on weird edge conditions which slightly alter the speeds in weirder ways than you would think. So we're going to have to do this experimentally as well, but we do want to get an idea of the limitations. So this is exact though, from inventory to inventory, there is no doubt about that, no variance. That's 27 items a second, which means two of those two output inserters would be fast enough to provide the 45 a second we need if we were outputting in a chest, but we're outputting on a belt. Then things get a lot more blurry. So this is, it doesn't even say if it's from belt to belt or from inventory to belt. That is a huge difference. I think this is inventory to belt. Oh, it does say, it has a title. Read titles. Unless they're off screen. Okay, so this roughly, this is 14 a second. So this means we need 4 output inserters to fill a belt, because 3 is not going to be fast enough. Unless we output onto splitters, perhaps we could test that. Maybe that will be a little bit faster. Maybe not. Maybe it is. Maybe it is faster. Let's check that. That is the first test we're gonna do. Alright, so we have a rail assembler. I should have one of those somewhere in the base at engines. We are doing the same with pipes. The pipes is not so critical, it's just iron plate in, pipe out. That is still manageable, but rails is like 3 different resources in and then sets of 2 rails out. That is a lot less manageable. Okay, so we do this, we delete all the edge conditions, or all the edge, we delete all the unnecessary parts. So rails outputs 2 rails. The crafting time of 2 rails is half a second, so it's a quarter second per rail. Except we are going to have crafting speed 11.25 like this, which means the basic 4 rails per second is multiplied by 11.25, which indeed exactly gets us to 45 rails a second, unsurprisingly. Okay, so I do want to know this is even going to be not fast enough if we just do this from infinity chests. I think 26 items. No, actually that is going to be fast enough. 26 items is going to be fast enough. I think we're gonna run into problems though, where if you go at these super fast speeds, you get the problem that inserters will not activate because they still think there is enough resources in here, and by the time they notice, okay, this thing is gonna run out, I'm gonna collect resources, especially from a belt. It's gonna activate, but by the time it's finally collected 12 resources, the inserter has already run dry. That is probably the reason why this is not gonna work. Okay, so this is technically working at full speed. Wrong screen. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry about that. Thanks, CRX. Yeah, it's best to do one of those alert things. Still looking on one screen. Alright, so this thing is working all the time. We are keeping up with output. And the input is okay as well. But if this would be coming from a belt, we would be in trouble. Even like this we would be in trouble. Let's see if we can get it figured out. Okay, practically we're going to be forking in like half a belt of stone, like so, instead. Instead of doing this. Well, you know, we don't have to make this 100% reliable, because we're only gonna be using like 95 or 96% of the output. So even if this sometimes reaches 0, because of these inserters waiting to pick up stuff from the belt because they think this is full enough. Even if that happens occasionally, it doesn't matter, because we're not relying on the 100% output of this assembler. You only need 96%. So I don't need to test this like if I would need the actual full belt of output. Like say with green chips into blue chips, those are designed to consume a full green chip belt. So there I need to be absolutely sure. But here we can get away with a slight margin of error. The issue is though, we need 3 different ingredients here, and so we either need 3 different belts or we need mixed belts. Of course, mixed belts have their own issue. Alright, so this works. Theoretically we need 2 inserters to keep up. 2 inserters to keep up, 2 inserters to keep up. But we need 4 inserters to output. Which means this would be input belt 1, input belt 2. I guess input belt 3 could curl like so. And then we have output. We need 4 inserters to output. This may actually work. And we can go out this side. I do not want to have the light there then. Can have the light here, if we do lights. We also can have just a belt coming like so. Although grabbing off the edge may be a bit more tricky. We have to test that. We can test it right now then. Let's see if we can make a full belt of rails like this. Okay, this is the time where we need to delete base. This is the time where we need to delete the base so we can speed up the game and simulate a couple of minutes of production in a couple seconds. So we gotta get rid of all the UPS consuming parts which form my base, because we no longer need 60 UPS, we're gonna need like 600 UPS ideally. I guess the bots will find a new home eventually. You're using the accumulators anyway. Here goes the nuclear plant. It's already quite big. Holy moly. That was a bit wild. That's the 1000. This is gonna take a while. I'm not gonna delete the solar panel field. That's gonna take like literal 10 minutes to delete. And that went actually quite fast. I could just delete like the radars and the solar panel. The radars and the roboports out of there. Those will be consuming relatively a lot of UPS if we want to speed up the game compared to what I want to test here. So Now we can see how much is actually inside. 10,000 row ports, 2,600 radars. This might take a while as well. Maybe not. I think it's now only taking them out of this part though. Okay, don't alt tab during these moments. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay, I just need to wait with my cursor on this side until I hear the bleep sound. Like that one. Okay, now I can move around. Alright, so let's make another save. The base has been deleted. Probably cannot speed up to incredible speeds though, because I just put down like 100 lines of iron mining down there, smelting it into steel. It's probably still ongoing. I know, everything is backed up. Okay, everything is backed up, so that should be okay. Now we're gonna spawn in like half belts of stuff. I should make sure I spawn it in on the near sides of the belt though. So we're gonna have stone, iron sticks and steel. And then I got to lead it out. I probably want to collect that in an infinity chest, so I can do some counting. Because right now, looks like we are not producing a full belt. I guess if we do this, we could fix that. Anyway, the problem is that... Okay, we have item ingredient shortage from the steel. Okay, that means that is happening. Working. Alright, so this is not reliable enough. I do have a different idea which might work. I mean, we simply cannot put more inserters down because there's only two more spaces on the machine. So we can output all the rails right now, but not input. If we do this manually, can the outserters keep up? So basically making sure rail production keeps on going. No, looks like the outserters can also not keep up outputting all the rails the count inside the assembler is going up. So the culprit is basically this. This is the side loading assembler. These are prioritized because they load on the back, and this is just a one tile side loading, and this installer doesn't have enough tiles of back pressure on there to do something about that. How about if I do this? That is not gonna work. This is already going out of control real too fast now. So this would actually work in terms of output at least. So if I keep it artificially full right now, you will see the rails will keep getting output on the belt, because now we are prioritizing the short lines, and the outer lines, which have a lot of space on the belt, they get backed up. Actually no, that I saw a gap in the belt there. There's still some gaps forming somehow. Alright, I'm out of stuff. Okay, I think we're just let's not do this idea then, because it is too unreliable. We really gotta even if we can design it, we gotta test it so hard to make sure it cannot break. Because even the time difference between putting down these inserters could lead to like different pickup patterns from the belt, which in 1% of cases leads to a pickup pattern that is not fast enough to keep this assembler filled up. So this way it's always going to be full. Okay, let's do the speeding up thing, for which I deleted the entire base. So this guy should not get filled up. Okay, we see gaps here, there's no gaps here. I think it took a bit of time to stabilize, because these take a random amount of rails every time. Not really random, again, depends on the pattern, but they alternate in picking up rails however it's ready and how much time they need to output. So it could just be that these guys picked up too many rails and in the process backed up these belts, and that led to a gap on the other side. So I could do something like this. Limit them to 8. See if this goes up. If this goes up, they're too slow. But now it takes 8 every time. Takes 8 every time. Takes 8 every time. Takes 8 every time. So probably this is now, we are slightly too slow. That means if I speed it up by a lot, eventually this number should be going up. Unless 8 just happens to be the exact sweet spot. That may just be the case. I mean, if I change this to 7, that we won't have enough output capacity anymore. Oh, if I change it to 7, it starts going up immediately. So now there's like 60 rails in there. Okay, let's quickly change it back to 8 and see if it empties out again. 60 rails in there. 50. I saw 4. I see 3. Okay, it is getting emptied out again. So 4 outserters outserting with stack size 8 is ever so slightly faster than the production speed of this assembler. That is interesting. And now it's no longer really falling for some reason. Okay, but that still doesn't mean we can fix the input part of the problem. Especially because we need all the beacons here. Let's make a copy. 1 chest was not enough, right? Or was 1 chest enough? No, wait, 1 chest is enough. Okay, there may be a way then. There may be a way. One chest is enough because this thing can move like 26 resources a second, but we need only 22.5 to make 45 rails, because we need 1 stone to make 2 rails. So 1 chest is actually fast enough. I probably should let go of this idea already, but I don't want to. So now this thing becomes then can we reliably fill this chest? Like with 2 inserters like so. I guess if you out priority to one side, at least one of these will have a better, easier time inputting. And if we take from an underground belt, it might be even faster. Those are those weird edge cases which about inserter speed. Oh, we are keeping up. Okay, we are keeping up, so this could be a thing. We should just could limit a chest to 2 slots, or 1 slot even. And input that way. That way we get rid of the loading from the belt part of the machine. Okay, let's get rid of this. Okay, let's simulate a double situation then. Except we are going to be spawning in a full belt of steel. And just split it between 2. Sticks. No, I can. I was thinking I can do an assembler with sticks straight into rails, but I have to put them on a belt if I want to do this. Set up with the 12 beacons around it, then there is no space to direct insert sticks into rails. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna go with oh wait, yeah, then I cannot chain them like this either. Unless why do I need to make it so difficult? There is no reason. This could get unreliable again, because now you're sharing this belt between two locations, which is okay. That would have to look something like that. Alright, so you got one belt of sticks incoming for two of those rail assemblers. We need to divide it over here. Here we have two inserters drawing from the main belt. I guess technically we could output priority that. And then the rest is going up and down like so. So that means it's going to be mirrored. Okay, this belt is not moving all the time, which means we are not reliably drawing it empty. Or is it? Or is it? Or is it? This is definitely 95% of a belt. Oh, sorry, I bumped the mic. That was probably fairly loud. Okay, let's... I guess stone is double as bulky as sticks. Alright, so we have no filter here, no filter here, no filter here, no filter here. We are spawning in stone here. Let's actually build this. Maybe it will work. Maybe it will actually work. That also has to be flipped around in that case. Okay, we line this up with here. It has to look the same. If we're gonna go down, let's go down here as well, then we can. Sorry about this, this is a bit I need to somehow wrap my head around this. Cannot really seem to do it at the moment. This belt is divided by, is used by these two, and we need to load these two chests from two different directions each. This one provides both these inserts, and then we need two more belts to provide over here. Okay, let's delete stone for now. We have to load stone as well. We just want to get this part out of the way, which is the okay, let's reset. These should reset as well. Let's reset. Okay, so I want this to look the same. Like this. Then I can copy these belts down the line. And this will have to be copied again onto here. Alright, now we got something copyable. Alright, this starts to look like how it should be. Alright, so theoretically, if this would work, we just need sticks. And now I'm thinking, I should just use normal chests at this point, really. What if we just make sticks here? Is this fast enough? And we can draw iron over belt here, something like that. Don't know exactly how iron is going to come in, but let's say like something like so. That could be iron sticks. If we just output from inventory to inventory to inventory, it should be fast enough. I think this assembler is not fast enough though. We need some more beacons on this guy. Okay, let's go back to calculator. Currently we have, oh, we are only slightly too slow. We have Let's open sticks in a new window. This is the sticks we need for... Let's go back to one belt of rails, just to be sure. Open that in a new tab. This is how many sticks we need. We need like just over a sixth of a belt of iron. Let's say we can spread one belt of iron out over 5 targets. We do need a faster assembler though, if you want to go with one. We need to add 2 more beacons. 6 beacons will make this guy fast enough. So let's go back to the game. We are back in the game this time. Two beacons just looks like this, really. Okay, now we reset. And let's see if we get a full belt of rails out of this. That would be pretty cool. Then we can use this stupid design in the real world. It's gonna take a little bit of backfilling. We need to get this back pressured. Eventually, that is a full belt of rails there. Alright, and especially if we interrupt the belt for a split second, because it will back up. We will build it, it will back up, then we will connect everything and it will start flowing. Then it should just stay full, no problem. It looks like it's working. We're not even going to be consuming the full belt. This is a weird, very weird setup. Yeah, it looks perfect. It looks like a full belt. Okay, let's do a test. We'll grab a loader and throw it in a chest. Alright, so then we'll let it run for, let's see, 2700 items. We can let it run for 3 minutes. We should end up with 8100. So that is exactly, this slot should have 100 rails in the end, and then we are good. It's now running for exactly 3 minutes. 10,800 game ticks. And we've got exactly 8100, which means in 3 minutes time there was not a single gap in the rail from a cold start? No, it was not from a cold start. Let's do a cold start. So we'll give it a little bit of time to equalize, but we won't ever stop. We won't ever stop this belt. This belt has run continuously from the start, and you can see there's still a couple gaps in there. Eventually it should balance out. So we'll just give it like a little bit of time. Still cold start. Okay, now we pause time, toggle the switch, and again let it run for 3 minutes. And we should again see this thing end up on here, if I gave it enough time. Even if there's like 2 rails missing or something, we're gonna be fine, because we only need... We could miss almost 100 rails and we would still be fine. But even from a cold start we have exactly 8100. Okay, good. I have no idea how I'm gonna blueprint this design though, because it is such a weird... It is such a weird... We may have just finished the design of the first of the first ingredient though. Huh. Right, so let's not partially blueprint this then. Is this copyable? It's like a group of 2. So this should be present in every... This should be present in every part of the blueprint. There is no output except for like this part. This is complete. This is not complete. Okay, that can go. Right, so this is one full section then. I already have part of the next one. Wow, what a weird setup. Is pickup from an underground entry slower in this scenario? Maybe. Actually, I didn't test it. Okay, I gotta include this, and then I gotta include this as well. I guess we'll include the beacons. Oh. Wrong key. Okay, I think this is it. We just need to organize the giant intake of 14 belts of stone, 14 belts of steel, and 5 belts of iron, which is going to be 6 belts of iron realistically, since yeah, we need 5 belts of iron, but 5 over 28 is not going to be very splittable, whereas 6 over 28 is going to be not very splittable either, but we can pretend it's 6 over 30 and just not use like the last little bit. So we have each iron belt going to 5 assemblers, and the last one is going to 3 assemblers. That would be fine as well. Okay, I didn't think this would work. I just started to design this like a joke. Not really a joke, but like... not like a serious... I just wanted to show that the flaws in this stuff, where the inserter speeds would be unreliable and stuff. But looks like we figured it out here. So now I want to know, do these chests actually fill up if we start from a cold start? I guess they should not fill up. We should be using the full half belt. Alright, let's make a blueprint. to bring it up to 28. The grid size should be a bit less high though. You can shift click in this thing and it will move the grid around. I think actually this is the right size. No, it's not. It needs to be here. So another like 8 tiles off. Yeah, like this. So yeah, I think like this. This is a bit weird. Okay, I have no idea. I forgot power. Yeah, that's what I was speaking about. So now I paste this 6 billion times. And I either have to manually put power in there now in all 28 belts, or I have to delete everything and alter the original copy paste and paste it again. I think we're just gonna do that. Okay, I should be able to use my blueprint now. There is actually space for a substation in there, surprisingly. Can put it above the sticks or below the sticks. That kind of blocks the chest view though, so let's put it above. Kind of depends how we are gonna place it in the world though, but I guess this is a safe bet. Alright, so now we select new contents for the blueprint, including the substations. The rest of the settings are still saved. And now everything should be powered. And we should have 28 assemblers in the end. Okay, we are a bit over. 7 too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one does not need to exist. We do have one weird issue where we need to divide this specific belt over this chest. Sorry, over this chest, and not this chest, but the one all the way on the top. So we need like half a belt of steel in here. So I guess we'll be doing some routing through here for the steel. And bring it all the way to the top for the second half or something. We're gonna have 14 belts of steel incoming. So 14 belts of steel, 14 belts of stone, and then I guess 6 belts of iron. Probably we will do 7 belts of iron then. Since we have 28 of those, let's do 7 belts, that sounds better. We could do a 5 to 7 splitter for those 7 belts of iron. Right, so that's the input grid. So this belt has to split between this one. This does not exist here. I can still keep the splitter in space just to showcase that it still needs to go somewhere. So basically this belt is going to come in here, turn here, and this belt will need to go all the way up to the top one. I think I'm just going to funnily loop that through the entire build at the end. For now though, we'll just do this so that we know. Basically this one will have to go in here, the next one in here, etc, etc. We have to find some scenic ways to put these belts through each other, but in general that is the way it should work. We put this fake substation down on the top. Now everything is connected. Yeah, this steel input is going to be replaced by this guy. Actually fits like this. How does it look? Not too great. Alternatively, I could just do this here and let this belt just go to the end. That is also has its own problem though. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Let's do it. Let's do this somewhere over here. We can do this instead. Here it looks somewhat okay. Alright, I see now those two beacons are not powered. Oh, that is a potential issue. What a long build. Oh, here we are. Here we are. So this is a special case. This does not exist. This does exist though. Wait, no wait. This does not exist either. This does not exist. This does not exist. Here we just need to make sure this goes in both directions. It probably is more. Probably looks better if we just do this. Alright, that should that should do it. Okay, so this should be producing 7200 rail a second. Do we have 28 assemblers really? Yeah, we are not producing that because these beacons are not powered. Yeah, there goes the problem. We could move all of them in. And then they would be powered, so... That is the pain. That is why you need to make sure with these large builds that everything is right before you copy paste it over 28 times. Now we need to do this. And then we basically just do this. Yeah, we should be able to do this all the way up. Except the last one, I don't trust that, so let's manually do that. Alright. Here we are. 72,000 rails per minute required. We are producing 76,000. So that is easily large enough. I don't even need to do a real test on this. But that is the... At least that is the design complete. Incredible. That is not too bad in the first part of the stream. Already one of the 3 ingredients out of the way. Of course, it's the one which doesn't require oil, but the one which does require oil just needs it for red chips, and we already have a build for red chips, which we can reuse from blue signs and from the 1000 signs per minute base. So now basically the next step is going to be simulating how those belts are going to come in and connecting them up to the right I know what I'm going to say. Connecting them up to the right input belt over here and getting rid of all of those. This is going to depend a little bit about where it's actually going to be built in the map. Here is our steel smelting for rails. This is all for rails. All of this steel smelting, all for rails. That is 48 belts of iron ore converted into steel just for the rails. We also need like 7 belts of iron. We can get those out of here. I'm pretty sure that would nicely localize this together. Then we're also gonna need like 14 belts of stone, which also we can probably get out of here. We may not even... If we cannot get it out of this one exclusively, we'll just team it up with this one or something. But we should be able to get all of that out of there. Do the entire rail production somewhere down here. Like so. Looks like the resources are gonna come from this side and then bring rails out somewhere over there, have science production somewhere over here. Alright, I'm gonna get up and stretch. Actually, I'm going to go on my dinner break as well. For now though, can I fit this in one screen even? It is not a nice break screen though. Let's first of all, before I lose this, I'll put those in here, and I'll also put the entire blueprint in there for now. There's 28 belts of rail, not 27. And this is just going to be rail stylable. So those blueprints are made. I'm going to save. Yeah, now we just need to connect this. Let's delete this original side here. Because now we have too much rail production. But yeah, that is 76,000 units of rail where we need 72,000. So yes, overproduction. But in general that's okay, because we will also keep the compressed belts. Because the signs won't be eating up all of the rails, which is good for us. I did keep the stack size of 8, which makes sure both... This is basically a belt balancer, this stack size of 8. With stack size of 12, the site is a bit too randomized and we end up with these gaps for a long time. But this eventually will go to 76,000. Alright, so after the break we're gonna figure out where First of all, where this is going to come from, and then how we weave this together. Possibly we can flip this around and do some belt weaving similar to how we did red chips for blue signs, where plastics and green chips come from both sides. It's like one offset from each other, and then the belts can they won't get in the way of each other. We start taking here from this side, we start taking from the far side on the other side, and it should not get in the way of each other. We probably want to do the stone belts the most close by then. So I will put that in here for now. Sorry, the iron belts the most close by. And then just bridge those. And this will have to be somewhere over here, but offset by one tile. And then by the time this gets here, this belt has to continue. It has to be offset one tile to the other side. All of these belts will be gone. This belt comes in and goes in here, and that's it. That's all. We don't even need to offset it then, it looks like. Because this belt is going to go in here. This belt is going to go in here. Something like that. And of course we gotta keep the space for the iron belts. Which is basically just gonna look like this. I'm not gonna balance that, it will self-balance eventually. I guess we'll use 4 belts from... If you have 7 belts we can do 4, if you have 6 belts we can do 5. It depends on how many resources there are. But for now I'm going to go eat first. So let's save this. We'll come back right here after the break. It'll be about 25 to 30 minutes. Let's say 20 to 25 minutes I think. Yeah, it's not a big dinner thing. 20 to 25 minutes I should be back. I have a emergency break screen loaded up for you, which is the moment where I put 100,000 fish in the center pond right here, and they are gonna try to swim out during the break. Just can't stop playing with dinner getting cold. Yeah, it sounds familiar. With me it's usually coffee though. I make coffee and then I drink it cold every time. Think, oh, now it's cold, and I drink the cold coffee, immediately put new coffee in the cup, and so that one can get cold as well before I notice again. Anyway, here is 100,000 fish. You can see it in the mouse over. 100,000. If I delete one, it's 99,000. Exactly 100,000. Place your bets about how many fish will be left in the pond. Why am I getting only 40 UPS here? Okay, that looks like some loading shenanigans. Am I building stuff or what? Is it because I'm no. What the heck? This was never an issue. Now it's suddenly a problem to draw 100,000 fish on the screen. 20,000, each fish counts for 5. Anyway, maybe the laptop is doing something different and... okay, I see. I have the gaps on. That is the culprit. I saw it over on the belt. That really takes up a lot of UPS, so... Okay, now we can go faster even. We can go up to 80 UPS. In And this save actually the 1000 science per minute base is still running, so we will have some rocket launches in the background as well. I'm gonna zoom out a bit this time. Alright. This is gonna be the break screen. So I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in roughly 20 minutes, and then I'll read through all your chat messages. I'm sorry. I will do the stretching on the way out. Man, I'm really horrible today. Anyway, see you in 20 minutes. Right, great timing with the end of this song. It was a little bit more than 20 minutes, I have the feeling. Okay, chat on my phone doesn't go back far enough, so I'm still eating ice cream, I'm sorry. But I can go back in Streamlabs to read all the chat. All level 1 emotes complete. Oh, okay, that only took like 9 months or so. I have no idea how many emotes there are, but all level 1 emotes are now accessible to those who care about it. Where were we? It's about rails, Chest to splitter. I didn't research outputting on a splitter still, I wanted to test it real quick. Oh, this is still pretty far back. Pickup from undergrounds usually is faster than from non-undergrounds because the inserters don't have to visually reassure you that they are actually picking up the items from the belt. There goes the rockets. So they can be a little bit more fuzzy about picking up items, which usually is a bit faster. Thanks SDB for the get up and stretch redeem. I did take the time to actually stretch a bit during the break as well. I mean, what is the record signs per minute? I think there's one of those mods which allows multiple computers to run multiple maps and send items between maps. And they've got like a 100,000 signs per minute base going or something. But it's not all in one computer on one It's not on one computer, so and not on one map. So you have like a mining map and a smelting map and a science map and all that kind of stuff. So Honk just came in for the dinner break. Are you still here? What? I want ice cream too. I've got some cheap ice cream, some local supermarket brand. Still tasty though. Alright, for the next hydrate I've got the coffee ready before I will switch back to water once it gets later. Alright, that sound is of a man desperately trying to collect the last little fluid sections of ice cream from the bottom. Done. Time. Not a world record speedrun in break taking, I'm afraid. It's some relatively cheap supermarket ice cream compared to the A brands. Those really went like over double price. The last Warptorio video showed some sort of power meter in the upper left screen. What is the name of the mod, if you will? A video editor. I'm not sure if you're talking about the kill count or about the other things going on in the top left corner. Some part is the same as here. It is Evo-G, which shows the byte revolution and the time, and the rest is part of Warptorio itself. But I enlarged some sections to just keep track of the kill count a bit better, to keep the focus on that a little bit as well. It had a green bar. Oh, it's part of the it's part of Warptorio. It's like the accumulator power buffer for using the Warptorio abilities. Yeah, with the green bar. Yeah, that's the accumulator thing. So if you use the Warp Radar, normally it stays green, but at some point it starts to use so much power that you run out and then it goes empty. The radar switches off and it fills up again. It's basically it functions like an accumulator which is charged up from your power plant. From which the Warptorio abilities draw their power. Right, enough about Warptorio abilities. Nobody did a prediction for the amount of fish, which is understandable. It's a little bit silly anyway. But just for if you had a prediction in your mind, a quarter of the fish have swam out. There's only 76,000 fish inside. Doesn't look like there's 24,000 fish swimming outside, but apparently there are. So that was the result of the break. That means I was away for a while. I think the last time I came back from my break, only 19,000 fish swam outside instead of 24k. Anyway, we were in this save. I'm gonna do dehydrate now. Not dehydrate, dehydrate. Man, English is hard. Thanks, lekker hakken. I cannot read your name otherwise than lekker hakken. Thanks, Furwin, for your subscription through Amazon Prime. Redirecting Jeff Bezos' money is always a good plan. Yeah, the fish escaped surprisingly fast, really. It's perfect this way, don't worry. Okay, so rails. So this little bit of infrastructure here is supplied by these 3 giant steel things. Looks like some of the bots have come to this place for some reason. From the main base, I guess. Thanks 95 XTX as well for redirecting Jeff Bezos' money. Your ice cream made me order macarons. Sorry about that, I guess. I just realized something. We're not gonna have enough steel. I think these things, how I set them up, they usually produce 4.5 belts of steel. Looks like here was some... Those stone poops are gonna be gone in Factory 2.0. Hallelujah. No more stone sneaking up on belts. I actually gotta be careful about that, man. Holy moly, I gotta be careful about that. In my 10k SPM base, it's gonna be very easy to accidentally disable a part of my base because some stone at the end of a belt which got picked up is deactivating like 1 or 2 of my assemblers. That could be bad. Anyway, I said we need 14 belts of steel, but we're producing only 13 and a half. I think we need to take a quick look. Before we do this, we need to take a quick look at the calculator again. Over here. So yeah, sticks we could do like 5, we could easily do 5 belts per smeltery, but we're not about 6 now, we're about steel. So if we open steel in a new tab, we actually should be... No, we don't have enough. We are converting 48 belts of ore into steel. Where we need to, looks like we need to convert 49 as a bare minimum. So how did I set this up again? These things are set up to consume, to fully consume 1 belt of iron ore, and we've got 16 of those coming out of each iron patch. I think one of these iron patches is going to be large enough to take an extra belt or 2 out, so that should not be a major problem, I don't think. What if this was turned around? That also does not really fit. We do have another iron patch right here, where we also could mine some from. But we basically gotta figure out how to get this divided over 14 belts. Did I make a note on my steel smeltery? I don't really think so. Where is it? Maybe in my 1k science per minute book? No, I did not make any notes about that. So back to this drawing board. So if we divide this by 14, we should get 1 belt of steel. Basically, I want to know how much steel is being made from like a single belt of ore. 12.96 or something. Yeah, 12.96. Alright, 12.96 from a single belt of ore. So if we multiply that by 16, $207.36. This is the production we get out of one of those miners. It is 4.6 belts. One sec. Alright, that was a second. I think I like a little bit of safety built in though, so I'm just gonna extract 4.5 belts out of these 16 belts. Then if something goes wrong slightly, we won't be in trouble. So basically we're gonna get 3 times 4.5 belt is 13.5 belt, which means we need another half belt of steel. So if we divide this by 8, can I just do that? Sometimes it works. Maybe if it's, let's do 2 not 8 by 8 then. So yeah, looks like if we consume another 2 belts of ore, we can side load that onto another half belt with some overproduction and we'll be alright. So in total we'll be needing 50 belts of iron ore to make into 14 belts of steel. So I guess let's work on that first. And the 14 belts of stone and the iron plates are gonna be trivial, I feel. So let's go back to the game. So first of all, we got to line this up a bit better, because we just plopped them down just to see how it would fit. This could be distance a bit better. I think first of all though we gotta maybe design the output for one of those giant steel things, which we can copy paste. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 outputs here, and it should go into 4.5 belts. So probably the best course of action is to join up 2 of these every time. Not really sure how to do it exactly. Let's go out to the side. I think I already designed this in my actual base, which I don't have access to right now. Did I? I need only 4 bells there, didn't I? Okay, we'll just do it again, because I'm not entirely sure. So I want to prioritize steel from this long section. No, section 2. I want to prioritize steel from the short section here. So this steel is getting consumed first if we elongate this belt or if we use up steel. That means this will never overproduce because we're using this first. Probably should I do like a belt balancer? We're gonna be consuming full belts of steel, so I probably do not need to balance this out with an extra splitter before doing this. I do want to balance this guy out though. something like this. And that means this belt is gonna back up, so actually we're gonna output priority to this side. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up with roughly the same design as I came up with the first time. So that is one belt. This is prioritized. This will have overproduction a little bit, which is gonna go to the extra belt somewhere. That's gonna go to the half belt, which we're gonna be side loading. I'm pretty sure I already designed this man. Yeah, let's just not do this work twice. We can copy that from our actual save. Where is my actual save? This one. I think it should be in here somewhere. How are you not yet out of channel points, C-Rex? I guess it's physically not possible to spend enough channel points on my channel if you redeem them at the maximum rate, even because I don't have anything useful. I have useful stuff set up, but I don't have much set up. I have hydrate and get up and stretch, and that's it. I'm pretty sure one of my steel smelteries should have this system. It is not this one. It is not this one. I don't have any other steel smelteries. I could have sworn I've already done that. Well, apparently not. I don't want to make it that expensive. I want 54. Okay, maybe I should make it like 1,000 points then. 54,000 points. Get up and stretch. Oh, at least we are loading a game right now. Oh, this may go very wrong, very fast. Oh, yeah, it's already going a little bit wrong, a little bit fast. I hope that isn't too much sound from the sliding around. Yeah, I only had hydrate before, but I introduced get up and stretch because I just sat for so long without really getting up that after the stream I would have like pretty strong pain in my back, and just my joints were painful and all that stuff. So at least this motivates me to, well, literally get up and stretch a bit. Oh, knack. I hope that was not hearable. Now I just gotta learn to follow the instructions as well when you when you enable them, and I have to be careful not to disconnect anything accidentally when I put away my weird streaming setup. The entire setup is sitting on my lap, so I have to physically move it out of the way somewhere. Evening to try to reach out to me on Discord, was unsure if it was spam. I didn't reach out to anyone on Discord, so at least I hope not. Let me just go in my Discord real quick. Just to see if something has been posted from my account. Doesn't look like it this time. I had it one time that some stuff was apparently posted from my account, but my account was not compromised in any way or something. It was really weird. And it never happened again. Right, I'm gonna close Discord again. To save UPS. Right. Was a friend request and blinked to the stream linked? I don't know, maybe it's a feature? I have no idea. A friend request from me and blinked to the stream? What the heck? Exactly, stream it to your friends. You mean it's like a feature, or is something wrong? Should I... Discord showed a notification on stream that you should stream to your friends. Yeah, I'm not really streaming on Discord. I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding stuff again, but... Okay, if I didn't design this before... We know I am just being silly. Okay, I'm too old to understand all this stuff, so please let me know, should I be worried about something and should I check my security stuff, or is everything or is everything good? This is gonna be coming out on one side anyway. Yeah, no, I will be fine. We'll be fine here. I'm not entirely sure. For Rails, I'm pretty sure we don't need to do this. After here, but it's adding one splitter for a little bit of security, and if we are going to be reusing this setup for other things, we are just gonna assume it works. So I definitely should make it absolutely fail proof, or it won't work. Alright, but the gist of it stays the same. I'm just going to put it a little bit more in front, just to line up. We input priority from one side, so that is always consumed. And then the other side, we output priority to the main belt, and then the rest we sideload away. This is going to be the setup we are going to use. Now we have to move this back a couple tiles every time. And then I can copy the entire scene. And because everything is equidistant from each other, we should be able to do this for the rest of the steel. That should line up perfectly. That is 4 belts of output. Wait, what? I keep pressing Ctrl Q instead of Ctrl. I'm really messing up here. This one just goes in here and that's all. I accidentally pressed Ctrl X instead of Ctrl C. So okay, so now we got 4 belts coming out here. And these every time try to sideload a belt. So we're actually gonna do it like so. And I guess we will also sideload this one, so we'll just pretend this belt comes out of the ground here. And then we have 4.5 belts and everything has a little bit of overproduction. So now if I deconstruct this and put it back into place, we should see it work. So we are priority outputting from here. This all gets consumed and this belt stops now and sideloads this belt over here. And if all the steam were to flow away infinitely, I'm pretty sure we did this, man. Okay, it is redesigned now, so anyway, this is going to be what we do. I could make it a bit more compact if I do something like this. Then we can do the weird balancer thing over here. I don't like how that looks though. So we'll just do this. This just uses a little bit extra space on the exit, but hopefully we'll survive that. I think the 4th belt is broken, missing underground. Which... this one. This one, this one, this one. Ah, yeah, I see. Okay, so this is correct. This is correct. Yeah, okay. Thanks. Yeah, I missed that indeed. Oh, that's 4.5 belts, so that is what we got. So I guess we need to make a new blueprint. Should I use the beacons? I'll take a line of beacons in there as well. This is basically the belt exit for steel. "16 belt exit steel." We should add that to the 10k book somewhere. We need a special line for steel already. We're gonna be using it a lot now, so I guess it is time again. I want to have this accessible though. Problem is, if I put it away too far, it won't be visible when I scroll through it. It's already on the edge of the visible area, so I cannot really move that down. Right, I do have these blueprints on my bar, so I can move these down. Recall, I can put on my bar too. Roboport Highway. I can scroll down for that. We don't need the science assemblers anymore up there. Except perhaps purple signs, but anyway, that's also just a one-time grab for the entire game. Silo can go down. Then we can actually move the stuff up that matters. I think this is all just temporary stuff. This is temporary stuff for for a red and green sign still. This is built in my world. Sorry for reorganizing my blueprint book on stream. This is something which I should have done ahead of time. Okay, this is the belt exit for my iron miner. This is for steel. And this is the clock for steel. Clock for iron. And the actual oil blueprint. For the pump jack, that's a separate line as well. Okay, I don't have a lot of steel blueprints yet. I just have the entire thing add to furnaces and then the exit. So I guess we'll save it like so for now. And those are some weird edge cases, I think. Alright. All I want to do is add this exit to the thing. So now we can basically grab that like so, and I can easily add it to, from the map view apparently, because it's too large. I can easily add it to the other furnaces as well. And then we find out here this is not going to fit, so we need to do something manual intervention if we want to build it like this. But we still have to figure out how this is all gonna fit. So now we know we want to fit these as northmost as possible and these as southmost as possible to not get this in the way. That, or we need to like manually move some of these lines around to the other side or something, but I prefer not to do that. So I will just delete this here really. And we will just grab the 16 tile miner blueprint. Miners only. Then I can try to move it as southernmost as possible while still having at least 1 million ore under every miner. We can see that in the mouse over here. 890k, so this does not qualify. This is 2.4 million. If we move it over, it's still in the millions, so I guess we can just move it a bit out. Oh, oops. Out to the left. Now there's 1.5 million under here. 1.3 million under there. Alright. Let's move it one tile upward. That's probably a lot better for the count. 1.6, 1.6. Okay, that's good enough. Then we can go back in our blueprint book and grab the entire thing. That should fit on top of here seamlessly in one way, if I could just see it. Okay, like this. Here we go. And now indeed see this is already south enough. Southern enough. How do you say that? We can probably already fit this right now. We can. You have 2 extra tiles of space even. Alright, then I'll just deconstruct this real quick. How are these miners? Let's just look. 6.8 million, 5.8, 3.4, 4.6, 2.5, 1.8. $1.6, 2.2. I think we can move this entire miner row up like 2 tiles. Then we have 4 tiles of space between. We will have 4 tiles of space between the output belt and the one we just built down here. Right here. It's taking a couple seconds to place this from the blueprint book. Okay, now we can do this. Infinity loader is in the way. Alright, I have the those outputs in the blueprint still. I probably should. It is time to get rid of those. Those editor mode infinity loaders to get rid of all the steel. And that's 4 belts out of there. 4.5. We can also do that out of here. Here too, of course, we have those infinity loaders. Alright, that is another 4.5 belts of steel. Importantly, this is the half belt, the outermost one, and this is the half belt. So I can basically just bomb that in there, and that should be good. And these can just turn, and then we have 9 belts of steel. Yeah, I don't like this. I want to move that. That's probably better. People love it when you use short 1 tile blue undergrounds, right? Instead of using 1 long one. Alright, that is 9 belts. Here come another 4.5 belts. But we gotta... this one we gotta move as well. And here we have to make 2 extra lines of ore coming out into steel. So I guess we're just gonna build that one up from the start. We can use the... I cannot because... we can use the variable miner builder, but we cannot really because... yeah, we're relying... I only have 1 blueprint for the steel connection, so which is different from the iron. So I basically have to just go with the 16 belt and then just manually tack on 2 belts for now. Alternatively, we could take 2 extra belts from here. That would probably look smoother. Alright, so let's put back the miners only. Just to see how we can line that up. If we line this up to the south, 2 million, 3 million, 2 million and 2 million. This basically means we can actually extract those 4 more lines easily. 2 million, 4 million, 3 million, 3 million. So we can take all the steel from this one here. This is a little bit problematic because now I want to build the actual miner. But this now doesn't quite fit because of the extra 2 lines of miners. It is just the roboports and the radars though. So I probably can just do this. We're almost overlapping this mine here now. So I guess we want just 2 extra belts or 2 extra belts on that side. I do have the add 2 steel furnace lines blueprint. Which does connect it to the network as well, so now we just need to weld these 2 belts over. And that should be the 2 extra belts we needed. So now we just take this exit belt and we just basically move it over 1 tile. I wish I could zoom this out. So instead of putting it here, let's put it here. Then it's straight under the miner like the other ones. So we got the 4 full belts coming out like so. This is the half belt. Sorry about that. I just tried to select the underground belt and instead I select this 1k signs per minute book. I'm gonna solve that. I'm just gonna put this guy in there. Put this on there. And now when I accidentally do it, I should just have this. So actually I should make this blueprint instead, because that's what I'm trying to select. And now when I accidentally press 2 on this one, I still will have the underground belt, even though I am selecting the blueprint book. Weird solutions for weird problems. You only find that here. Alright, then we just sideload that, and that should be it. That should be 5 full belts. And we can join those up with those 9 full belts here, which means these are the 14 belts of steel we need. All in one go. Where are we gonna come up? Just keep like the same distance from the beacons as we're doing there. Alright. Theoretically, that is the steel for the rails, 14 belts. So now if we cut all of this, we can now align this with the 14 belts of steel coming out. Do want to go a bit further out to the left though, past the mines. But that should connect like so. I just want a little bit of this giant steel belt array visible. That is a lot of steel. We still have 2 belts of iron left over here as well. I guess we still need to make the iron for iron sticks. I guess let's do that next. We still need to work on iron anyway. It might just come in from the other side actually. Southernmost. I mean, if you go like mining straight into cargo wagons, you will probably use moduled and beaconed miners. They are even faster than just the getting sidetracked again. My specialty. So if you are mining into a wagon, I think you gotta space these out a bit, as wagons are weirdly 7 tiles. Probably are gonna be using like beaconed miners like this to add some more speed to your miners. So anyway, you cannot cover. Actually, you can cover. Can you cover the entire grid? Yeah, you can. You can cover everything. The problem with mining straight into wagons is that as soon as one miner on the edge runs out, that wagon won't be filled and the train won't be full. And depending on how you balance your belts on the other side, that could lead to trouble. So you gotta take that into account if you use that method. We are just keeping it simple here though. Just 6 miners, full belt of ore, and that's all. Okay, I wonder if those my furnace stacks, can I fit 6 furnace stacks in here? I don't really think so. Six furnace stacks. No, it is actually not too large. Yeah, I cannot fit them in though. This would be the absolute northernmost I could place them if I still want to keep a roboport of space between the belt and these beacons, which I may not need to do. We've got 2 belts of iron coming out here, so we only need 4 belts of iron to come out here. That is pretty decent. Let's see if we can just make this with my weird mining setup. So this is already 4 belts of output, including the safety system in case miners get what's it called? Emptied. Depleted. That's what it's called. 1,600,000, 1,000,000, 600k. This patch is not the greatest. We could of course just hook it up here. That would help. 2 million, 1.8, 1.3, 1.8, 800k, 400k though. We can move inwards. A bit, like so. 1.3 million, 1.2, 1.2, 1.5. Okay, all of these have more than 1 million now. So this is okay. We can even bridge this. No, we cannot. .2, 1.6. I need a little bit more space on the right side here, so let's cut this open a bit. If we move it one tile back though... Shit. Where's the entire thing here? We have a straight power line pattern, so that is something as well. Okay, and we do have 2 more bells. Coming from up there. These 2. And now we are close to the outputs again. So I probably just want to follow this coming down here. Oh. And only then hook it in here. Oh, there's 4 bells. And the other 2 are coming out this side. And here we will manually have to hook them up into these furnaces, which is fine. We do need a clock though for those. That is normally integrated in my blueprint. I cannot put the top on. I can though, but I don't really need. I can for the radars, I guess. But yeah, this is a weird special case, so we'll put the bottom on though. The bottom has the clock, although the furnaces are on the wrong side. The clock is still here though. Can I put the clock somewhere else? No, not really. Alright, so I'll just grab the clock separately. And then we compact it a little bit. And the outputs have to hook up to the power network. Alright, so if I do this, everything will be powered. And we can hook up the outputs like so. And we can hook it up to the clock like so. Now these are clocked again. If only they had power. Yeah, the clock is working. Just want to see the interaction a bit. Off, 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 off. Grab, grab, grab. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be good. Alright. So we do not need the clock here. I do realize actually that those were part of the Roboport grid, but we'll just manually move those, I guess. I keep pressing, I somehow put my laptop different this time. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. We'll just go around the Roboports with the bells. I do not like to use undergrounds. I only use undergrounds if I need to bridge a 1 tile gap, it seems. Alright, that is those 6 bells of iron connected. Those now have to connect to these 7 outputs. It's gonna be 6 then. I don't have space for one more bell of smelting here. 6 is good. Then we will need to service 5 of these stations per belt, which is fine. We need only 0.17 bells of iron, and we are delivering 0.2, so that will backfill pretty fast. Alright, and then we just gotta plunge those bells through the steel setup here, which we can do pretty easily, I think. You just have to collect them. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, if the outputs are there. We just have to plug them in there. So this kind of stuff is why I designed these things to just place down as an entity, as one blueprint. So we don't need to manually hook up all of those. Only when we do like smaller builds, like this 6 bells for iron sticks, we need to do this manual plumbing of plates and ores. Alright. I think we actually should just power up everything by now, so we can see what flows where and if we missed anything. Making some weird power connections here and there. How am I going to power this guy? I don't know. Maybe like so. We gotta put some more power connections in there, but for now I'm gonna be good with just getting everything connected at one point. Alright. So all of them are smelting. I got a feeling we probably gotta upgrade our nuclear power plant or connect our solar field to the base if we want to switch this on. This is gonna be a lot of power simultaneously. And this is already pulling 4 gigawatts and it's just the steel. and a little bit of the iron. Alright, the first belts are filling up. Here comes the next bunch. Steel has a little bit of startup lag because the internal buffer of these iron furnaces needs to completely fill up to 100 plates first before the last ones get enough iron ore, because of the 1-to-1 ratio we are using, whereas we should be using like 0.83 iron furnaces per steel furnace, but we just use 1-to-1 because it's easier. But that leads to us having too much iron smelting capacity, so that means these things got to fill up. So we gotta smelt like 500 plates before these fill up, and then we can then everything will be full. Anyway though, so this side loaded belt is already full. It should be side loaded full to the other side from this belt. So far though we are still filling the main belts. So this can take a while as well, especially with the overproduction thing, which I just mentioned. This has to fill up first before these get enough ore. So it's gonna take a bit for these last 5 of these 32 steel furnaces to fully switch on. But eventually they will. And eventually you should end up with 14 belts of steel. I'm just gonna plop that against there. I do want this to turn in a nice way. So we're probably gonna move this entire thing out to the left a bit still. Alright, now comes the fun part. This is 14 belts. So let's find the 2 middle ones. Now the boring thing is we can just do this. That would work. But we have 2 tiles to play with, so we can just do a nice pattern. And have it look something like this instead. There's no need to make your bosses like 8. You don't need to make your bosses maximum 8 lanes wide or 4 lanes in the early game in order to pass belts through. You can just do something like this and it will be just fine. Very useful. It's an arrow, you see? The iron goes through in this direction. That is what this means. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that doesn't need any more work at all. Nothing cursed at all. After watching Ultimate Dead World series, I'm 100% Team Mike Handy compact boss. I love the compact boss, man. It just looks so awesome without gaps in the belts. I mean, I really hate how those main bosses look, which look like this. It just looks, especially in the early game, they got like 8 belts of iron, 8 belts of copper, and then 4 lines of green circuits, but you have only production from your starter iron mine, you know? It's a little bit, you're trying to build too much with too little still. You gotta build it up gradually. You don't need, you can do it however you want, but in my opinion it's better to build it up gradually. Let's move out of the way just a bit further, so we can have sort of a visual. The one belt splitting in 4 is a pain. We're splitting it into 5 now, so it's even worse. If it was maybe not in 5, you don't really have an option to properly balance it in a compact way. If it was just 4 belts, you could like split it off twice, and making quarters is easy, but making 1/5 requires some more mental gymnastics. So you need something like this, I guess. I can't believe these balancers are so compact, man, even for the weird ratios. But yeah, this doesn't fit in our bus. It also doesn't look nice. This will work just fine, so we're just gonna use that. I want to go down 1 tile with this. Alright, let's connect this first belt, because this steel belt is a little bit special. In this case we need to alter this one a little bit more. I have output priority to here because this is the center chest which is fed from both sides, but here we only have one. So we do not need output priority at all. And we should be feeding half on this belt immediately. So this one has to look a little bit different. I don't want to make it too different though. But this splitter needs to split equally between this chest and to the left. So basically something like this. And then this has to split off equally between here and there. So I guess we could do it like this. This would be correct. And this now goes all the way through this build, all the way to this one over here, where it is the other half of the steel chest. Alright, that is some of it connected. I think we can get rid of these for now. It is all. Now we just go all the way to the left. This has to go somewhere over here. And then we have to somehow align all of these. So here we are starting to take from the front. That is okay, because steel is on the right side, stone on the left side. That accidentally works out. Let's just do one more bell just to be sure. Here it's still coming. So the second stone bell should go here. So we do need all these weird gaps in here. That is okay though. The next set is going to be over here. This means these need gaps. All of these will need gaps, looks like. Oh, you're gonna love this. I just know everybody's gonna love this. As a first steel belt, second, third. Looks like all these steel belts can just keep going. So if we just copy this and we delete everything that is not a steel belt, we should be able to just copy paste this corner recurringly, and that should line up nicely. So first of all we delete this again, because that's gonna need a lot of undergrounds. And then we basically put this on here every time. It is lined up correctly. That's the last one. That's the massive steel array. It's already starting to look pretty cool. Alright, then we have the matter of the iron supply. Let's get this into place first. Alright, so it looks like we are gonna be doing shorter belts. These are all equidistant, are they not? I think they are. It is time to get rid of all of those fake resource suppliers now. Do I have that? I think I do. How to build a bus? Don't. Sushi is delicious. I did love Dosh Doshington's giant sushi belt construction with the ducky thing. The ducky is perfect for that system. Yeah, we are using a lot of belts here. Let's just count. We didn't even. There's already over 50,000 blue belts, and I'm just only building rails. Most of it is just in the furnaces. Luckily, we had like a couple 100,000 belts stored up, I think, so we should be good. I'm not sure how the bots are gonna like building this though. Anyway, let's go back to this plumbing section here. Okay, let's hook up all the steel belts first. Let's get out of the map view. It is so easy to be in map view all the time. And the question is, what should be underground? I probably should underground the steel instead of making all these. I think it will look nicer too to have some sort of stone array lining up. On the other side, stone is not gonna have those undergrounds. Okay, there is one more alternative. We could just do this. And no, we cannot. We don't have space. Move all these over a bit. So we won't. This goes straight. This has to be the first one. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a pain. I think we are just gonna do this. This should never interact with steel, right? First belt goes here, second belt goes here, third belt goes here. Fourth belt goes here. Oh, the advantages of building equidistant. Okay, let's just do a proof of concept. If this works, I think it should work. Meanwhile, we can hook up all these tiny gaps. Yeah, this looks like it's getting through quite nicely. So I basically need to just extend all of these, and then I can very easily just draw all the belts. I think this is just the fastest way now, just dragging these all across the screen until they hit. Shorter for every belt. Okay, this was our first exercise with massive belt arrays. Let me first and foremost say, I don't care about resource efficiency. I don't care that these belts cost, I don't know, 200 iron a pop. I couldn't give less. They are more expensive than that, but I couldn't care less because we've got our starter base has nothing else to do but crank out materials for the base, and for UPS it doesn't really matter if you use these or these. Only when you're looking at it, it's harder to render this than to render underground belts, but you're not going to be looking at most of the base simultaneously, so the items being transported are handled the same, though here they are not visible. That's the only difference, really. So yeah, I think this is done pretty neatly. So let's zoom over it in half speed. Okay, let's just go from these steel belts here. Let's get rid of this. Meet all the steel. A full 14 belts of steel come out here. We've got our famous arrow underground pointer where the iron goes, and then we got the cascading belt array which puts everything away. Yeah, I think this looks great. Some stone belts are not connected. Yeah, true, we still have to connect the last little bits and pieces. Like this, and this. And this. Alright, so all of this is outputting into infinity chests, which just delete everything that comes in. So we are actually testing the design right now, actually, already. I mean, the only thing that's left to do is to make the stone mine. That is the most trivial of all these things. I mean, it's just putting 16 of these, just putting a standard mine down on a stone patch, and that's gonna be it. 14 belts need to come out of there, it's gonna be easy. Okay, so here is our stone mine. I'm not sure if we're gonna be using this area, we might. I'm kinda tempted to take the stone for here though. Anyway, we don't need stone. This looks more close by, but it's actually not, it's the same distance. Basically, I just have to turn this. I wonder, oh no, I did not align this. Okay, I thought I aligned this already, but I did not. We have to manually do that. Alright, it's been a while. Okay, still some gaps are visible here and there. I see what the problem is. This is our problem. You see how... Okay, that is interesting. You see how slow these... map view again, sorry about that. Do you see how slow these inserters are picking up? And they are just not producing fast enough, or they're just not inserting iron fast enough. This thing is running out all the time. This is probably one of those things you can solve with an underground belt. Now it's easily keeping up. because it doesn't have to. Now it can lie about where it's picking the iron plates up from. This is it doesn't need to tell you the truth. It doesn't need to be as visually correct as this guy. Now it can just grab. So this guy is now easily keeping up because it's picking from an underground tile, and this guy is having trouble keeping this thing supplied. Right? Yeah, see, it is having trouble. There we are, item ingredient shortage. So now we look this one, this is full, and this has a lot of gaps inside. So time to put 27 more of those underground tiles in there. This is exactly what I meant when I said you gotta make sure your design works before you copy it 28 times. It's just unavoidable, man. Just I'm glad I'm not designing 100,000 signs per minute. Then I would have to do this 280 times. 28 is still manageable. Alright. So now all of these are filling up, right? If these chests are filling up, then it's fine. Okay, let's check this guy, if we speed up. Okay, it is filling up, so iron stick production is outspeeding. Iron stick production is outspeeding iron stick consumption now on all of these. These are filling up. Do we see gaps in the rail belt still? Yeah, for some reason here. This is the edge case, the literal edge case. I'll check this out in a bit. Maybe here as well then? No? Is this the culprit? Okay, these are all full. This one is not filling up, at least it wasn't yet. This guy is full. These guys are not full. So the belts are full. Alright. I'm gonna give everything the time to completely fill up. Because we are gonna be starting from a backed up position anyway. And then I just need to look if I control Z this. Are any of these chests actively getting drawn empty? Or if things are backed up, do they stay backed up? This steel chest is now looking like it's staying backed up. We had some problems with stone chests over here. Okay, these are staying backed up now as well. Yeah, this is good enough now. $76k. We need 72. Okay, Again, it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect like the green chip build. We can afford to lose one, to have a small gap every now and then. As long as it's 95% full, science is gonna work fine. Even if I don't, I do not want to build a massive 28 to 28 balancer to balance this out. I guess I don't even have one. We have a 32 to 32 in here, I think. But yeah, no. I do not want to lead that stuff through something like this. It is a bit ridiculous. Right, we can do a test though. A production test is gonna show up fine. Let's do it anyway. We do the 3-minute test again. Pause. All the chests now collect stuff, and we run for 3 minutes at a very fast speed. Again, we should have 8100, which means 100 rail pieces in this slot. If there's a couple less in there, it's fine. Okay, this is exactly right. Of course, we start from a backed up state now, so it may take a bit longer for actual trouble to show up. What we really should be checking then is, are these chests still full? They are still full. If there's not more than 2 portions out of there, I'm calling it good. Yeah, we are fine. Alright, we're fine. We are fine. So that means rail is done. We just need to hook up the stone mine. We need 14 belts of stone. Let's see if we can get 14 belts off of here. I kinda doubt it though. We can delete all of this. I'm again in map view, sorry about that. Sounds are all janked up when in map view. Let's grab these 16 miners thing. We need 14 of those. It does not really matter in which orientation we build it. Yeah, this is not gonna end well, I don't think. 1.2 million. Okay, this one is actually good. 1.7, 1.1. Well, this is not good already. 633k. These are also not great. 33k, this does not exist. Okay, we got 2 more stone mines, one here, 2 small ones. I think with this and this together we can get the 14 belts out of there. Kinda wondering if we can get a belt out of that one though. It would be funny. It's a single belt perhaps. $2 million. Yeah, we can. Okay, so it is possible. This seems like a better orientation for this mine though. 1 million. Okay, I'm gonna make an exemption because the bottom belt is going to be the belt which supplies all the other belts in case a miner runs out. So that means that these miners are allowed to be less rich than 1 million. It's probably going to be these that are the problem in the far corners. 900k. 920. I'm going to be happy with 922k. I think I already called that good as well on a different one. We're gonna reach the point where we can fill a full belt with just 1 miner anyway, so we're gonna reach that point before 200 hours have passed, so I don't really need to be this pedantic about it. So let's just see if we do this. How many of these are good? 700k, 1 million, 250k. Okay, this one is definitely not okay. This one is excellent though. 3 million, 2 million, these are all good as well. 1.1 million. It's only this one which is 900k. We could move the entire thing out one to the left. How is this? 1.3, 1.5, 1.1. That's also a good belt. Surprising. Alright, so this one is not acceptable. That one is gonna be deleted. Yeah, this one is not acceptable either. Okay, as expected, this is also pretty poor on that side. These are all good though. Alright, I have an idea. How many belts do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That is 14 belts, but I got 16 sets of miners, right? 16 times 6, 96, yeah, 16 sets. So I do have 2 sets which back up everything. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna delete everything except the miners, and I'm just gonna make the backup belts come from the other side. So we do this. Now I can use my tileable miner set. The bottom is just gonna be this side. Except we don't have this guy in here. So now we are using these poor miners to be the emergency miners. So we don't need these to be a full million. We can even do this to balance out left and right production if we need to, because these are going to be running out much sooner. That is good. Then we can use the, I'm again in map mode, then I can use the tileable section from here on out. This was not okay, so this gets deleted as well. We'll just leave that into place. We'll have a final check here. 1.2 million, 1.2 million, all of this is good. 1.2 million, all of these are over a million. 903k. I moved the entire thing one tile to the left. Looks like I should not have done that, so let's move it back. Because this was 900 and... I know, that was 894k. Let's keep it like this anyway. We'll keep it like this anyway. Then the miners on this side have a little bit more oomph to them. Alright, there we have 14 belts coming out then. Now we just need to connect this to this on this side. That should be fairly trivial. First we gotta finish the miner though. We gotta put on the bottom end. The top end on this side does nothing but add radars. The bottom side though adds the clock, which we don't need. Yeah, actually we don't need any of this. We don't need the clock, so let's delete the clock. We are powering from these lines, so these can go as well. Right, now it looks like a normal miner on the map. Oh yeah, it also adds this power line in the middle to connect both halves. We did not do that here. All this Control Zing back into place sometimes messes a bit with the configuration. Especially here in regards to the clock, we get a lot of extra lines. We'll fix that in the end because we'll probably Control Z a couple more times, so let's not sweat that too much. Okay. Yep, my coffee is cold again, so let's drink the coffee. Then put hot new coffee in the cup and then forget about it again for the next 30 minutes. So we can finish drinking the next part of cold coffee. I promise this sound is coffee, if you can hear it from behind the microphone. A literal edge case. Uh, 128 belt balance. I think that's in that book as well. I didn't make this book. Here's the 100. That thing is almost as large as one of my steel smelters here. And it does all sorts of curved belt weaving. How many hours of work would this have been for? Actually, it looks kind of modular. This is really very well designed. I never really looked at this, but it looks like some sections are repeated. I'm not gonna get sidetracked in testing this balancer. I never will use a 128 to 128 balancer. For at least not in a serious playthrough or something. As far as this is a serious playthrough. I mean, we've got like, if you would build steel not only for rails but also for, if we would build all of the steel in for the 100 and, okay, I'm getting sidetracked. If you would build all of the steel for the entire base in one area, you would need 152 belts of iron, but if we look only at steel, how many belts of iron ore is that? Look! A valid case for a 128 to 128 belt balancer. If you build the entire steel production for the 10k signs per minute base with direct smelting as we are doing, without putting it on belts for iron first, you could lead all your incoming iron ore through a 128 to 128 balancer. Valid case. Alright. back to the game. Back to the game. Right, stone miner thing here. We gotta connect all these belts. We still have to finish this miner. We have this belt out section here. That connects. This connects except two belts do not exist. This one and this one. So this one we can just delete. Something is wrong here. Am I on the wrong screen again? Do it! Okay. There it goes, all my hopes and dreams of finishing the 10k signs per minute base before Space Age is all ruined because of you guys. Because these are the 5 minutes that are going to cost me the run. Alright. Okay, so first person to choose a random number between 1 and 128. $69. That was predictable, wasn't it? Big Machine was the first. 69, of course. We're gonna choose belt number 69. This one. Confirmed, 69. Alright. We're gonna put a chest here. An infinity chest then. We're gonna have inside something which stacks to 200, like circuits. Let's say 12,800. That is this many. This is 12,800 circuits. That means if this thing works properly and we switch off the filter, this should lead into 100 items coming out on every single one of these. Okay, let's give it a couple of tiles to back up, not that we will need it, from one belt. And we will simply load that into a chest with, let's just use a loader. So we're doing it the lazy way anyway. Alright, that's 128 chests. So now we can test this. It doesn't even fit on my screen properly. Again, in map view, maybe I can go over. Alright, here we go then. Let's run time. This should have been my break screen, shouldn't it? What if this balancer is a fraud and nobody tested it before? Everybody just boaching? I don't know the word. Boaching? Boasting, I think. Everybody's just boasting about how they have a 128 by 128 belt balancer and this thing doesn't actually work. It does look to be actually working. At least something is coming out on most chests for now. This is gonna take a pretty long time, I imagine. Turn the lines back on. Are you sure? I guess it's a better visual representation of what's going where. Yes, we are sure. It is automatically oh, that ruins all the fun. It's automatically generated. Let's just try speeding up time, if I can, with all those lines on the screen. 8,000 chips left. Okay, it's going pretty fast now. Can run the game at 3 times speed. I bet I could run it way faster like this. You have chosen. So you have chosen death. At least I can drink my coffee while it's still hot. So thanks, I guess. I think there's method to the madness. I can explain how a 4x4 balancer works, or a 1x3, or even I guess that's about where my knowledge stops. So I can understand the principle on which it works. You just have to make sure that from every input an equal amount goes to every output. And then you have the throughput unlimited things, which have some special requirements, but in general, yeah. Right, here's the moment of truth. (98), 96, 100. Okay, I'm looking at the values on the mouse over. This is 98, 98, 98, 98, 96, 100. Okay, I'm just gonna go slowly to the right. Is the compression good enough to see this number on screen? Do you see the number in here? Yes, you can see it. Okay, I'm just gonna slow down time and move to the right. And then we can examine every chest in the mouse over. 100. There should be some chests with more than 100 in that case. Or the balancer will have eaten some of the green chips and tags. These all have 100, by the way. Exactly 100. Except the ones at the beginning. 98 again. So where are my missing chips? This thing is this takes even longer than going to the other side of my rail build with the 28 bells of rail produced. Where is my chips? The balancer requires a sacrifice. Ah, I see where my chips are. Alright. So these should have had like this thing on there as well, on all the dead ends. That is where the pain lays. It has eaten some in sacrifice, that is definitely true. We can see which one it has eaten though, and it won't eat them again. I'm not gonna find all of these though, no effing way. This is only the first time. We're gonna do it again then. All of these outputs should be full. Those fake outputs. Okay, here we go. Yeah, they just disappeared. I was pretty sure they were going to be stuck in other chests. It looks like not all of the dead-end splitters have had the dead-end set to something which is never on belts, like like deconstruction planners. So, yeah. I think we're going to have a perfect result actually now. I'm pretty confident. That was actually... It was already extremely close on the first passing. It was just those chips which got stuck on the balancers which caused it. But yeah, with at least 100 chips passing through every balancer, I would think all of those outputs would be full by now. So this should yield a perfect result. Quantum chips, don't look at them. I'm not gonna do it. I could do it actually with 128 input belts. But this is not a throughput unlimited balancer, I don't think. So if you look in the balancer book, some of these have the T behind it, and that means it's throughput unlimited. No matter what belts you input from and what belts you output from, the throughput is unlimited. Whereas the ones which don't have this, they can clog up a bit. So they will balance perfectly, but they will hinder throughput sometimes. So yeah, I guess for our... We can look this 808 balancer which is throughput unlimited and the one which is not. This one is smaller, but it can block throughput a bit. Whereas this one should theoretically never block throughput because there's always enough space available for everything, no matter what comes from which side. That is the... I think that is the idea behind it. But there's no way this has a T to it. No, it doesn't. Alright, so let's look. I'm again gonna do the slow mouse over thing. Okay, we can go a little bit faster. Especially if the compression should stay good, since the number doesn't need to change. There's 100 chips in every single chest here. Perfect. Perfect result. Alright. We cannot fit 12,800 chips in a single chest though. But we can do like 6,400. I mean, if we're gonna go on every... Let's go red chips then, I guess. If we're gonna go on every line, then 2,000 should be enough, right? We should end up at 2,000 on every side. Alright. I should switch on the lines now, I guess. I first should line up properly. It's just a little bit too tall. Now it fits. Okay, gap sits on. This is not gonna run well. It is very pretty. Now it's gonna get into the side-loading cursed belt weaving shenanigans. Alright, we're gonna try to speed up. I'm not sure it will. Yeah, kind of. Okay, that was a fun intermission, but we're gonna get back to the build after this. Alright, let's get 2000 chips in every chest. Let's open a couple ones. I think we're gonna have 2000 in every chest. Is this a throughput unlimited splitter then? I have no idea. We should have really tested it by putting no. I'm gonna stop myself right there. I was gonna say we should have tested it by putting 128 different items in these chests. No, we're not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. This was enough. 2000. Oh, ho 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 ho. Ho ho. Yeah, I thought this is literally unusable. 2 chips have gone missing from 2 of these chests. Probably by my own mistake, we're accidentally deleting them from a belt or something. So yeah, we're gonna call it good. This chapter has ended. Literally unplayable. Let's go back to the task at hand, which is... yeah, I pasted these belts wrong. Yeah, this is correct. Don't know what I did wrong exactly, but I guess something. Oh wait, no, these don't exist. Forgot about that. Okay, we're just gonna move that power line 1 tile. That probably looks better. Alright, so now we got 14 barrels of stone. Where do those have to go? Where do my rails have to go out though? My rails have to go out somewhere as well. Ah, I didn't really think about that. My stone mine would have better been located down here, I guess. But it's not. That means we already gotta think about where the purple science build is gonna be, which is this boy. I guess technically we could do it like this, like a spear downwards. It also would make for a nice train station pickup if we put something like so. Put in the rails over here. Science comes out here, have a train to pick up the science. That would be a good pickup point at the bottom edge here. Because the rest is going to be up there. We don't need to worry about where red chips and... oh, sorry, where productivity modules and furnaces are going to be built, because it's just one single belt. One belt is not a lot, it is certainly less than 28 belts. So we probably want to be here somewhere. I'm not sure how we're gonna line this up though. I guess we could line up this beacon 2 tiles higher for the... Can I press Ctrl X already? No, I cannot. Alright. A little bit convoluted, but this should work. Probably actually I should line up the power network, so it has to move 2 more tiles to the top. Okay, I'm just gonna put that radar against where the radar is going to have to be, like so. Alright. And what if this was exactly 1 substation away? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 tiles to the right. I think we can do that. Actually, no, I think we need to go 1 more substation out for these stone belts to come in. Maybe not. I think we should have the space between. Yeah, we do. That could be where the stone belts come in. Again, I'm in map mode. Where's my build? Too easy to get into map mode here. Now we're gonna get a giant corner. And we probably want to copy paste that corner because we're definitely gonna need to make a couple more of these. Like up here. But we first gotta think how these rails are gonna come out. They gotta come in here in sets of 7 belts. And we can worry about productivity modules and furnaces later, I think. That's just probably gonna come in like so, and we'll split it off left and right. That is probably feasible. And now this is gonna come out 1, 2, 3, 4. We want at least this much space for a roboport. I think we just want a little bit more space in general before we turn. Something like so. Such a large build. Something like so. That has to go straight. And then connect to here. I'm again in map view. Oh no, I'm not. Finally, I'm not in map view for once. There's 1/4. So basically this we can keep copying. It's getting a bit ridiculous at this point. Holy moly. That's all rails, so why is this not powered now? I think I've been moving it around a bit too much. There we go. There goes rail production. Cannot even speed up anymore. Oh man. I'm gonna have like 200,000 belts in here. That is a lot of rails. Alright, now we get the real puzzle. I mean, we practiced here a little bit, but as long as one of these sides is slimmer than 8 tiles, it should be fairly easy. Now we have to route 14 adjacent belts of stone through 28 adjacent belts of rails, so that's gonna be a fun little exercise. Eventually it's gotta look something like this, but then with underground. Let me brainstorm for a bit. So how many, this is like, this is exactly 3 maximum lengths. So this would be the normal way to do it. But you cannot do it, here you cannot even do it the normal way. Because there is no way to make these guys bridge a gap that is this long. We are not playing Trastorio here, so we don't have giantly long underground belts. So here we are kind of forced to make a cool pattern. So I guess we're gonna go arrow shaped again. And then we can pass these belts through each other fairly easy, I think. But yeah, I don't just want to do... I guess I do want to do something like this. Because yeah, we are going through in this direction, so that is kind of nice. Okay, what's the largest distance? This is the largest distance. I can go for these belts to still be connected. Same for here, this is the largest distance for these belts to still be connected. But it's not large enough for these belts to be connected, so we have to insert this thing like 3 times. That is equidistant, but it's a little bit close to each other. So maybe we can connect those. Okay, that already looks decent. Now we just gotta... Yeah, we want to give way to the rails as much as possible, so we want the stone to go mostly underground. Can we do this? Oh, it does work. And I guess that one to finish off the arrow. And I guess we just gotta copy that a couple times. Let's get rid of these bells in that case. And now this one doesn't have that tip on there. Then again, these don't have this. So what if I do move it a bit closer? Uh, 25, 6, 7, 8. Now it's separated. Alright, I think the design on the right wins. What do you think? The compression is struggling with all these bells. I prefer the 6 tile spacing. That is the one on the left, right? English, that's the one on the left, right? Or is it the one on the right? Which one should have left? Left one for sure, left one, right is better. Right, okay, it looks like this has been, it has been tons of streams, but we're actually gonna do it. I'm gonna make a poll. Left ones aren't equal. Yeah, the left ones aren't the same, it doesn't fit to be the same. We could make the left one the same by doing this, but that would break the... That is like, no, that doesn't make sense. Alright, if there are any design flaws in one of these, I will fix it. But I'm gonna make the poll now. Poll. New poll. Left. Right. Which one? 1 minute. One minute, guys, to vote, and girls. When I say guys, I just mean life forms, okay? Any life form is free to vote. If you want your cat to vote, or your pet snake, feel free, I don't care. or I go to a completely different website to view the results. Okay, that is fine, I guess. Okay, right is winning though. I thought it was pretty equal in the chat, but right is winning 27 votes to 6 at the moment. Okay, it looks like it's gonna be right then. If you don't know, right is the right way to go. I'm on a 20-second delay. You have 40 seconds to make a decision. You need to remove the underground belt at the bottom 2 line. All intelligent flash piles currently present have voted. Right wins 30 to 7, 81% to 19. Alright. It's gone. I'm not even gonna make it into a blueprint. Then there was a... Is there a design problem with any of these? This is overlapping correctly, right? Yeah, all of these are overlapping correctly. I wonder though if all belts are connected, but I guess the easiest way to find out if all belts are connected is by doing this. I guess we keep the 4-tile gap between this. Where's the stone coming from? It's coming from there. I guess we keep a 4-tile gap between this. I think I need this thing. Again, I control X. The bottom arrow is not connecting the far left and right undergrounds. Yeah, I'll see it once the stone comes in. You're probably right, but I don't want to find it right now. I every time saying I want to make blueprints for these corners, but the reality is these corners every time have a different size. Like this one is like 14 belts, a 14 belt core. It's just easier to copy and paste every time. Okay, so I do get this because I did paste this wrong. Slightly wrong. It should be pasted like... I did something wrong here. I don't know exactly what, but all of these... I think it is the ore is supposed to go the other way. Now it looks cursed because the ore doesn't go straight, so we will actually adjust this. Okay, now we just gotta wait for this to reach the end and catch up. Holy moly. Yeah. Let's switch it off. Holy, is this flickering for you as well? This is very horrible. Hold up, hold up. Not yet. It's gotta go at roughly the same time. Okay, my chat just disappeared. Warning, following content contains flashing bells. Okay, I'm gonna pause. Okay, here we go. Let's see if everything comes out at the bottom. I'm actually gonna make a save. Big crossing test. And we're gonna move out of map mode for this. Someday I'm gonna learn to not use map mode. Okay, this is, I guess. Yeah, let's do it like this. Okay, we'll focus on the crossing. We don't care about these turns right now. Alright, I framed it correctly. Here we go. Let's see where the mistake is. Nowhere! That's just beautiful. That is just awesome. Look at that. Okay, that's the end of the rail production, it seems. Looks like I disconnected power again or whatever. Oh no, I disconnected stone, that was it. Now we're gonna get true rail production. From the actual stone we are mining from the ground with our bare hands. Bare miners. He turns it on during ads. Oh god. Completely forgot this was editor mode. Alright, are there still ads going? If there are no longer ads going, okay, I will delete this and put it back in place, especially for everybody who just came in. Let's wait for those rails to back up again, especially for the people who happen to be watching ads during this. Alright, here we go. So we'll just we'll delete this section and Control Z it into place. Here it comes. That's a beautiful sight, isn't it? Okay, this is now officially my favorite build of the base so far. That is awesome. You can always wait for the VOD on YouTube if you missed it, says Roland123. It will probably be there in 3 months, knowing me. I'm catching up. I'm releasing these now 3 times a week on YouTube. And I had a period where I streamed only 1 time a week due to holidays, so we should be catching up pretty soon. How could you make the turn so none of the materials go ahead? Select your mining location properly so there's an equal amount of left and right turns, I guess. But we are making one left turn, one right turn. We're making 3 left turns and 1 right turn. So I'm not gonna worry about that. But that is rails fully designed, holy moly. Then there's the question. Was copper already aligned properly? The question is, should I blueprint this and build it in the real world, or should I wait for furnaces and modules to be completed as well? Because who knows, I may need to move this like 1 tile lower. It even looks cool on the map view. Look at this, man. Let's get rid of this and zoom in a bit. We don't need all the steel ones on there. I cannot zoom more than this. I can drag it around though. That looks awesome. I can switch on the recipes. Recipes are not really that visible. Rails and sticks, yeah, it is kind of visible. Just a single substation line through there. Yeah, that is awesome. Yeah, 4 outgoing belts of science packs. We did not design like a train thing yet. I'm not sure when we're gonna do that. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this design. I think I'm just gonna blueprint this and build it in the real world already. I will check quickly if all of these copper miners are good. 1.3 million. I think I aligned this properly already. 1.5 if I go 1 tile to the left. How is it on this side? Yeah, we cannot go to the left here. Probably. No, then this drops to 1 million. So yeah, it looks like this is properly aligned. All of these miners have way more than 1 million. So this is my 24 belt copper smelter. Which is already then included for the red signs build. So in that case, we can make our blueprint, I think. Let me fix the power lines. Well, if we want to build it in the real world, we also got to integrate roboports and radars again. Last time I did it off cam, but today I still have some time to do it. So let's first fix all weird connections. Alright, I guess that happened on all of the steel ones. Alright. This is okay. This is still good. And this is not part of the blueprint, so we don't need to worry about that. I'm gonna make another save here. Rails designed. Yeah, I was pretty sure that Purple Science was not gonna be a single stream. There's no way we're gonna fit in the other two ingredients in this stream. We're gonna build this though. We're gonna get this built. Alright, so let's try to integrate some of those roboports. I guess we just use the overlay to see what we already have, and then we just gotta connect everything together. I don't really have a default roboport pattern, looks like, to construct steel. I did keep space for those roboports, so perhaps I should use that space. On the other side here we've got power already. It is way too far apart though. We could do this. Oh, and then we can barely connect that. Okay, if we build the roboports out there, then that is all fully connected. Okay, technically that would cover everything, as well as all the outgoing belts. So let me just make a blueprint of this, except it's just the roboports. And we won't include these two, because we have a couple extra ones on some of the miners. Right, we put the electric poles there. Okay, there's that one. I had a blueprint for the robots, I forgot already. Alright, this one is extra large, I forgot about that. But this still covers everything. Do need to place those power lines there. And here and here. Okay, they just stick out, that's okay. Alright, so that's the entire steel smelteries covered in roboports. Alright. Now we just gotta make sure this part can get built as well, including all these belts. So that means probably putting a roboport in here. Okay, I got a blueprint to connect that as well. I can put robo ports on every power line because we are rich now. So now this is connected, this is connected, this is all connected. Okay, that will help. That connects now in a circle-ish. Probably want another connection somewhere here. I gotta do it from the map view because then we see the stuff, the overlay. Okay, this power line does not connect. So we'll just do this. Now it does connect. This connects, this connects. We can fix this later because if we don't, then these roboports won't be connected from the get-go. This connects only through one power line here. Get up and stretch 15 minutes ago. Also put lights in the gaps in the stone and steel belt. Then I would have to put power there as well. It would look kinda cool though. Perhaps. Let's first try to do the get up and stretching thing. Sorry, I missed that. Can I turn without disconnecting anything? Stream disconnected. Okay, that worked. Okay, let's now I'm sitting on my I'm standing in front of the laptop on the other side of the chair. Something like this. Just the thing is, how do we power that though? There's not really a good way to power that, I think, unless we put... Okay, I thought it was going to be easy, but it's not. Also, this is not symmetric, so that sucks. Can we even power this from both sides? We can though. Okay, so we can think about that. Let me zoom out to this giant view and then I'll do my stretches. Thanks C-Rex for notifying me. I can read a bit through more of the chat. C-Rex is hydrated. Desperately trying to get rid of his channel points as much as possible. Last sip of my cold coffee. Good night everyone, time to log off, says Optic Alien. Take care, probably you're already gone. See you next time, yeah. Steel power lines on each end of rows of lights. Oh, that would actually probably connect, yeah. That's a good one. Looking for the cool dad bod gaming. I'm not putting this save under the editor title, but I'm not using new numbers, which is a sign for myself that the first has the A suffix with editor, and then I know the rest of the BCD is all editor stuff. The chevrons. I'm speaking away from the microphone, that probably wasn't very clear. I'm also standing now a meter and a half away. Okay, there's 4 outgoing bells for the science packs, that's true. Yeah, it shouldn't be too long before all VODs are available on either one platform, the older ones on YouTube, and soon it will connect to the oldest ones which are still watchable on Twitch. And then we have basically caught up. But yeah, from October 21st I'll be streaming Space Age on a daily basis, which will interrupt the YouTube releases of the 10k base. So hopefully I'll be caught up by then. I can actually calculate if I am, but not on stream obviously. Alright, let's get back into position. Okay, this and this, connect the phone. Alright, let me also quickly no, okay. I'm fine for mobile data for now. Yeah, we should have enough for the rest of the stream. Alright. Let's get out of map view first of all. First I will finish up the rest of the power line things. That's always gonna look out of whack. Right, another connection there. It should be on the bottom though. Okay, so that loops around now, that is connected. I guess this for now is okay. Still need robopods in there, and we need to check if we can do the thing with the lights. I think this is already too far to connect. I don't want to introduce extra undergrounds here. Don't want to put it on the corners. It has to go here somewhere. Like maybe offset from each splitter, like so. Okay, that could be something. This is a long line. We can connect it like so even. That is not too bad. How about this instead? That's too far, right? Yeah, it's too far. We do not need more lights here though, so theoretically we can exchange these for these. That is okay. Okay, that is definitely something. We gotta probably connect this to signs maybe. Okay, we have to do it like this. That means 3 tiles, 1, 2, 3. It's not really a... it's a loop. It is a loop. I think this cannot connect to this side, right? Yeah. Something. I guess we'll leave it like that. We have the lights. Let's check out how the lights look. Yeah, I'm not sure about these lights really. Yeah, the thing is, map view is just too nice for the design process. I don't think I like these lights really. They kind of put the focus on the wrong thing, in my opinion. I really think this is better. Just can I not get rid of... I kind of like it for this individual section, but it puts the focus on the wrong area of the build, in my opinion. So you're no longer looking at this giant rail array or this arrows. You're just looking at this lights where the belt array comes in. It's a cool section, but yeah, I think I'll just leave everything without lights here. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll add lights throughout the base once everything is done. We need to have something to do after the 10k base is up and running and being tested, so perhaps I'll just go ahead and beautify everything with lights, and it also gives us the opportunity to actually look at everything working from a close-up at each individual section while we are placing the lights, so that is something. I think lights would not look out of place like here on every rail assembler for example. That would probably be okay. But yeah, I don't know yet. We'll see. For now though, that means just disconnection. Yeah, this is alright. We don't want more power lines right now. I think we should make the blueprint. So I'm gonna save here. Rails designed again. Just override that. And to make the blueprint, I will not save again, but I do want to get rid of this. Because I still have my stack of roboports lined up here. Which means I can easily align it in the real world if I now make a blueprint of everything here. That is 53,000 blue belts just for rails. So that's 16,000 modules. 3,500 furnaces, that's because of all the steel smelting. 2.7k beacons. We are gonna brown out. That is definitely gonna be happening. Anyway, let's create that and we'll put it in the temporary slot. I guess this temporary stuff can be deleted. This thing I will keep still. No, I can delete this as well. This is just to lay out the 28 thing. This I have now in the save game, so I don't need that anymore either. We just have the temporary blueprint to place in the real world. I do actually... We didn't connect it to this yet. I guess we will have to do that manually. I'm probably gonna run around with the power network and radars myself. Oh, I forgot to add radars to the blueprint. We gotta switch off those giant radars for now. One more here. There is a spider. Okay, so we have some radars integrated in the design. As aligned with the beacon, I see. So we gotta have it one closer here. Right, I do want to put up more radars than I did. I want to put up a bit more radars than I did before. There's no space for radars here though, so I guess that area is going to be less visible for at least a little while. Can maybe compensate with these radars. Yeah, I think that is fine. Almost the entire thing is already visible now. We'll add radars to the last bells of steel as well. I guess on both sides. Where's the... I hidden the mod geese. Can put them back. Because we're in the editor world, we are designing. So I just was cluttering up the screen a little bit, but we're about to get out of here, so... Fair enough to put it back on the screen. Alright. Looks like everything is... The entire construction area is clearly visible. So that is alright. Still gotta put some roboports on here as well though. That's not gonna connect. We need a separate line of roboports. Guess we're gonna need a line in between here. This exactly, yeah, this will make it. Ah no, one tile is not covered. So we need to stay maximum one tile away from the belt. Then we can cover the entire area in green at least. Alright, and then I'll just use my blueprint, which adds all those radars along the top edge. There's the first half. And then we need to do the same for over here. Is there a center to this? Kinda is. So let's line that up in the center. That seems to be the most important roboport. And we'll go from there instead. Right, that's pretty decent. Put a radar up somewhere in the center of this rail stuff. Okay, we got a radar there, so that's okay. Now we want to line this up with that guy. Not really sure yet how this is gonna line up, but we're gonna start like this. I kept exactly 4 lines here, but we got robots here. I guess I gotta build it against the belt then. Don't really want to build it against the belt though. This sneaky power line connects this roboport. That covers the last of it, I was gonna say. That's not true, there's like 6 tiles here. Can we move that roboport out, like 2 tiles? Here we can, it's exactly powered. Okay, now everything is covered here. Well, it would be neat if we could you see these two chunks here. That would involve putting a stray radar in this chunk over here. I guess we could consider that for the greater good. This is exactly in the right chunk over here. Okay, now this is a straight line. That's nice. A straighter. I think this is decent enough, really. Could plop down a radar there as well. That enlarge that area a bit. Now we see everything. Then we just gotta connect it to the Roboport grid. Which I'm probably gonna do something like this. Alright, that connects neatly. And this is gonna be our thing. The question now is, are the bots gonna build this correctly as is, or do we need to build like a diagonal section here? These robots are a bit far away from each other, so we may actually just want to copy this down to the south a bit. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. How about just continuing this line? Yeah, that's probably better. Okay, now purple science is connected redundantly as well. We do have a gap in here, but we are not really constructing anything there, so that's okay. So bots can fly about 5 connected Roboport distances far. Including running out of steam and going to the next one. So I think we should be reasonably good here. Just getting all the bots out of here is gonna take a long time because they want to fly back to the base and go back to charge, fly back to the base, go back to charge, fly back to the base, etc. They're gonna be zigzagging a lot. Which means this Roboport is probably a bad idea. Since they're gonna go out and then this Roboport is the closest, they're gonna get stuck there. Unless we maybe do this. That's a necessary evil. Either that or this one has to go up here. That is okay. It would be neater if these were flipped then. Also for the power, so we're gonna do that. Yeah, that is gonna be decent. Now the bots won't get stuck. They will be zigzagging for a while once we recall them, but that's okay. And from here they will already go charge to here, so that is okay. The bots won't get stuck like this. We are ready to make the blueprint. Let's save again. We'll go a new save now, F. Alright, so in the editor mode we already passed the moment where all the solar panel production would be ready at hour 161. 2 hours beyond that already. Probably in the real game though, we won't be that far. Let's select new contents for the blueprints, all of this again. And this is done. I think it's time to go back to the real world. Here we are, 163-ish hours. How far were we along in the real world? Oh, 158. Okay. There goes my hopes and dreams of finishing this playthrough before Space Age. That's just not gonna happen. So yeah, before I had the lab tiles editor mode to just test out designs and stuff, but it was mostly to test out if designs worked as they should. By now we are basically using the designs after they're being tested, so it's easier to place them in the real world if the editor world resembles the real world, so we can have optimal resource spotting instead of just designing something and then having to build in resources from annoying angles. Right, oh, here my bots were still placing all of this stuff. Okay, that's gonna mess things up a bit. There's also the small issue that I did not really configure my Roboport count setup correctly just yet. I was playing around with it last time, but I did not figure it out yet. Say, does your laptop have a sufficiently beefy CPU and RAM for such a megabase? I hope so. I'm not expecting it to run at 60 UPS in the end game. I'm expecting it to run at I'm expecting it to run at 30 UPS. I figured out why this is not working. It gets the signal, it is enabled to delete robots from the network, but of course there are no construction bots in here, they are all somewhere else. So yeah, taking bots out of the network automatically is not gonna work like that, unless we do it on almost every Roboport, or at least Roboports which are frequently used. I'm gonna go ahead and let this guy... I think we decided that the Roboport highway could handle a maximum of like 25,000 bots or something. Of 15,000 bots, so let's try it out. We're gonna have dual direction bots again. We do need to get Mad Max the Spider out of there. So I guess we're just gonna send them on this side so we can walk around a bit if we need to. Thanks Hep Hest for the second month subscription, thanks a lot. Right then, it is time to place the purple science blueprint. Unfortunately, this is going in the background as well. But that should be okay. We are no longer deploying bots here, so that all the bots are on the way. Right? No, we are still deploying bots. But bots are finishing already. Alright, that's alright. The game will first assign all these solar panels. We have enough bots to cover that, so that won't interfere with our plan for a while, or at all. It's just gonna consume some UPS with the overlays on and stuff. Let's disconnect the spider. Green network. Okay, let's put the blueprint down in the decent purple science area. Here we go. Oh god, this is so hard to line up. This is gonna take a long time for the base bots to place as well. Okay, yeah, wait. First of all, I gotta make a copy of this. This is not gonna work. Create copy. And we just gotta delete all the belts, all the inserters, furnaces. We just gotta keep the power network. Yeah, we just gotta keep the power network, the roboports and the radars in there, that's all. Where's all the chests located at though? I think something is not right here. I don't have chests in my blueprint, or at least there should not be. Let's put down the clocks as well. No power generators. This is a multiple of 28. There's probably chests in... no, I do have chests, yeah. Multiple of 28. We have 28 rail assemblers. We have the chests there. I forgot about that already. Yeah, the rail bolt had the buffer chests to hold steel and stone, so the inserters were fast enough to insert everything in there. So it's good I didn't delete those. Let's not place the chest just yet. This is going to be the first blueprint. I should still be able to place this with my roboport. That is 3000 power lines. I'm going to go over there myself as well. It will take the bots a while to place that. It's nice to have the stack of roboports to align stuff. Come on, blue, give me the blue light. There, we got it. Right, the power network has been stamped, so the first thing the bots will do is just place like 4 power lines and 4 roboports here, then these ones, then these ones. That's where we are gonna come in. It will take them a while, so don't worry, we won't miss the visuals. I'm just gonna delete everything from my inventory. We're gonna check how much stuff was in there. 400 roboports, 65 radars. So let's grab most of that. Raiders. I'm not sure where I am producing those. I cannot do the request. I can just put the requester chest down though. What else is in there? 170 substations and 150 big power poles. I mean, substations we've got literal tons. And then 3000 of these. I cannot carry 3000 of those. I don't even have 3000 of those. It looks like it's time to bump up production of those as well. Right, I'm gonna carry most of it, but not everything. Right, so I got my power network, robots and raiders. So now I can go out there myself to speed up this a bit. Because this is gonna be the slow part of the blueprint. You see the first bots are still traveling up there. They're finally arriving now to place the first roboports. And all that's gonna achieve is putting the next 4 roboports into range. So now the next 4 are gonna start, then the next 4, etc. So in this case we are just gonna go up and place the stuff. And I'm gonna disconnect the spider chain because we don't need those guys. The good news is, looks like these bots are already done now, so those have settled again. Yeah, 0 of 24,000 bots are active, so that won't interfere with our plans here. There is another issue though. We either gotta expand nuclear power or we got to connect the solar grid already before we can actually build that giant base. I think we're gonna brown out if we do. And again, maybe we can brown out. We are no longer producing science, so I don't care anymore about my 50-hour science graph. We've been there and we've done that. The perfectly flat line is now history. We do have a brief... don't quite go to 10k on this very long graph because, well, it was not on for long enough, but we do have the brief bumps in there from 10k logistics, red and blue signs. Actually, probably we didn't reach 10k because by the time these got resources, it was already backing up science packs down the belt, so yeah. Okay, we are arriving. Right, so now we are going to be placing a ton of stuff. This is already assigned to a bot, but we gotta at least connect some of this ourselves. Okay, you know what? We're actually gonna separate that, so everything is gonna be placed from our armor. Right? Okay, I did the thing where these bots are now assigned to the new network. So let's unassign those. Alright, the next control Z should be these robots here. Yeah, okay. No. Oh, I did it again. Okay, this is going very wrong very quick. Okay, no more bots are in here now. Okay, so none of this is gonna be actually connected yet, but this is drastically gonna speed up the roboport distribution, I feel. Let's try to make some tactical lines here. This is why we are not building from the personal armor, by the way. These batteries are going poof really fast now. Even while we're just placing the power network. Alright, so that extended the roboport grid out all the way to here. Looks like I don't have the radars on me for some reason. I requested them to the chest, but I never placed those. Yeah, that was a mistake. The bots should place those fairly fast though, once we... reconnect this to the network. Okay, this is the copper mine. We don't care about the copper mine just yet. That can go slowly in the background. It's not a part of our actual plan here. Alright, I think that is most of it. Probably here we've got a whole bunch more south of this. We still have enough juice in here. We're kind of out of small power poles though. That is where the redundant power poles should come in, I hope. So this is now connected through here, and through here, through here. So this is all going to be connected once we connect this over here. So let's go there. Alright, so not everything will be built immediately, but most of the stuff will be part of the network as soon as we connect these roboports. And if I stay here and reapply the blueprint, that probably should happen almost immediately. Alright, now the roboport network is connected. These are connected, they are charging up. That means we're gonna have a ton of bots flying out now. So let's look on the map. Yeah, here they come. All the yellow dots are construction bots. And this is our staircase to make sure these bots don't get stuck on these roboports. That's why these are here. So these are now closer by for these bots to charge. So they go here to charge instead of back here. And they won't get stuck. Okay, I'm staying in the logistics network. That is bad. Because the front runners are all logistics bots. Those are now going to be returning to the base. So yeah, these are like... This is like a longer... Nah, maybe not. It's a similar construction distance to the solar field. Except we cannot move freely over the entire field. They gotta go up the bot highway. They will go more diagonal and more diagonal. But... yeah, in general we should be good. I gotta go pick up those raiders, man. Actually no, we are fine. Those raiders will be placed now by the bots. We have a little bit of time still before they arrive, so let's undo this mistake. Okay, all of the bots are on the way up now. There's no more bots here. First bots are starting to arrive. Let's go look somewhere in a scenic corner. Here they come, small little dots. Hopefully they'll place the radars soon. Oh, we just lost power on some of those roboports there. That is bad news. Those are not connected, I guess. I mean, some of the bots are going to be turning around, which had almost arrived. Until it is connected to power, and then they're going to be reinstated. Alright, so now the bots are building the copper mine here. Yeah, we're gonna be running out of those small power lines. That was predictable. And from this moment on we're gonna have large queues, which is fine. We worry about the speed down the highway, but here they're gonna theoretically divide out a bit better, except of course... no, they're not. Because this is like the main enter and exit point, so this is going to be sort of a bottleneck, I guess. Gotta stay out of the logistics network. Oh no, all of these are bleeping off as well. That's not great. Okay, the next bot storm is coming up, hopefully with all with small power lines. Yeah, they are carrying all the power lines. Do we still have some? Oh yeah, we still have a bunch. Okay, that's good. It's all gonna get placed eventually then. Can't wait for smarter bots in the DLC. I kind of forgot again, yeah, they were gonna become smarter. I forgot how they were gonna become smarter. Some of the things I'm doing right now are no longer gonna work, like I've got this giant blueprint to recall all the bots to the base. The idea is to get them all airborne, so none of the bots stay behind. But if bots are gonna be selected multiple tasks to complete in order, then that's no longer gonna work. Neither is our secret way to get rid of 10,000 roboports in this giant solar field. That is also no longer gonna work, I think. So we gotta get that done. I'm not sure if I can have both 1.1 and Space Age installed at the same time. I mean, Factorio 1.1 without the upgrades, that is. I think I'm just temporarily gonna connect these roboports out here. Just gotta delete this line of big power poles once this is all placed, but at least all of these will come then. It is starting to look pretty much like our power network which we designed. Here is the actual science assemblers, rail assemblers, here are the giant belt arrays. This is where we actually produce the rails in this line. The miners and the furnaces are going to be placed in here. I think one of the first things I want to do though is delete everything from the ground. Whatever is inside the network here, I just want to pick up all of that. So all of this stuff is not going to get stuck on belts or whatever. Oh, I'm again standing in the... I say this is what's gonna happen now. That is fine. It will take a while, but all of these bots will eventually zigzag their way to the Roboport highway and bring back the wood they're transporting and stone, which I just picked off the ground. So this is why we had a diagonal way up here. It makes it a lot easier for the bots to travel back. I don't really want to build a temporary highway all the way out here. It's just gonna be faster to just let the bots do this. We don't need to watch this. I mean, the bots will do it if we watch or not, so we should be fine either way. But all of these bots are gonna zigzag their way out of this mess. They would not though if we had this roboport dangle down here, then they would just keep coming back to the closest roboport. But because this is a perfectly straight line, they're just gonna be zigzagging along. Because their destination is less than 90 degrees away from the horizontal roboport line. So it looks like some of them are going back, but that is because if a roboport is occupied by too many bots, they just choose a different one close by. We're gonna go there. There is something to pick up here, a rock apparently. If we just do item on ground, we can see if there is still some stuff laying around. No, it doesn't look like it. Some stuff is laying around over here. So let's go there ourselves. Here are some destroyed rocks from combat. But that way we have already made sure that nothing is going to be laying on the belts. No stone is going to be laying on the belts which previously was laying on the ground. So yeah, it's working. It's zig, ziggy, 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 zaggy, 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 and then it's going ziggy, zaggy to the right, and then they will just quickly travel down the Roboport highway. Alright, so this is only a problem for the way back. The way up is not a problem. But the way back is a bit janky. I could like do a diagonal support like so. Don't really feel like it though. I mean, we don't need to help the bots. We still have a grudge against the bots. Okay, we can check back later if those bots are done with their stuff. Alright, so let's personally stand here then. It looks a little bit sad, the zigzagging of the bots. But yeah, they go out the same distance. Increasing robot speed doesn't really help because the majority of their energy cost comes from traveling per meter, not traveling per second. So there is a hard maximum basically on the flight distance of a bot. We cannot upgrade our batteries. I hope that's going to be added in 2.0. That would be a cool infinite research to be able to unlock better bot batteries so they can fly further before they need a recharge. Yeah, I can actually in the meantime... I don't think I want to build nuclear. I think I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna grab like a couple stacks of big power poles and I'm going to connect the solar grid to our network. You can basically just come from this corner here and just draw a straight line all the way back to the base, I think. It's not going to be too difficult. Although it would also be kind of nice to just go next to the lake all the way to the point where it connects here. Maybe where the train connects or something. I think I'm going to follow the coastline, that looks more scenic. Can also have a connection point for the nuclear power over here. Where are my power lines? They're here. Okay, I was going still zaggety. Wooden power poles, yeah, we need some of those as well, that is very true. Okay, now they're gonna come anyway. I'll just request a bunch of wooden power lines. We need only one. Realistically, we need only one. one master wooden power pole to connect the entirety of the grid. Okay, let's get 540 extra power pole. I should have waited until I'm back at the base. Now all the construction bots come to meet me, they start to chase me, and they need to recharge. So that's not ideal. Okay, I already have those, okay. I think we should actually not connect nuclear power. We can put it in place, but I think I'll just disconnect the power line here. So it's easier to switch off one of the power sources. Let's actually see, is this train still driving? It is day 1368, the last accident was on day 1294. It looks like the train is still intact. How about the other train? You never know which one gets demolished. Okay, this one is still going as well. It's actually coming to the base right now. You're not going to tell me I'm going to catch this accident live on camera here. No, okay, this train is nowhere near ready to leave, so here it already comes. Another near miss. Alright, let's go out. We gotta connect the solar grid and then our nuclear plant is gonna be useless. Where do we need to go? Oh, still pretty far. We already followed the lake line here, so I guess we're just gonna continue from this point on. These are just water pumps. They're really taking their sweet time zigzagging around. But again, I don't care if it takes them 2 hours. It's fine. A near miss is dumb. It should be a near hit. I cannot really honestly call that a near hit though. I think this may be easier on foot. Actually. Can I die to trains here? Not really. I do have a special running armor which I never used yet, so I don't even know if the batteries are full. Let's check. Yeah, the battery is full. Oh yeah, we do have these small peninsulas to go around. Okay, that is the secret connecting one. Can we connect that? One tile, huh? Of course it is one tile. Now we can probably just bridge that gap here. It is hour 158 and I'm manually chopping trees here. Sign of a true Factorio Pro. Chopping trees by hand. 160 hours in the game. Okay, maybe it was better in the spider actually. At least I could just shift click and the bots... Oh, I still have bots, alright. Okay, I was smart enough to integrate at least one roboport in this armor, so that is something. So I can just shift click on trees. Okay, somehow it's still connected. Finally a piece of straight-ish coastline. Still quite some distance. Let's see who wins, the zigzagging bots or me. Yeah. Big gameplay. Placing power lines next to the lakes. Okay, that's at least... Sorry about that. Let's at least send the spider here, so we can hop back on and walk back to the base without looking. Albeit slightly slower than we would with pure running. Okay, we're just gonna skip this mini peninsula. Maybe not. I gotta make the wooden master power line in there somewhere. I forgot about that. I think we'll just connect the wooden master power line like right here on the entrance. I do have my wooden power lines on me. Actually, I am already here. The bots already win? No, not quite yet. Are they going back to the right? Maybe? Why did that one go back there? That one was closer. Alright, this is the master connection point. Now we gotta have a wooden power line, maybe 3. Before it connects again to a substation. And that way we can basically make the master connection ourselves. So I guess we're just gonna go in a straight line. No, this actually bridges the gap. That is not the intention. Being careful crossing the rail. This is still hardcore. Alright, so this is our point. Didn't really bring anything scenic to market, but it's gonna be here. I think this is detrimental. Alright, let's just first make this connection all the way out to the lake. Of course, it is one tile. Alright, so if I look now, this base is running actually on one solar panel. I have no idea where that solar panel is. It may be this one. So let's delete that. No solar panels, only nuclear. We have 16 gigawatts. Is 10 gigawatts going to be enough to switch on all of this simultaneously? I'm kinda don't think so. Get up, stretch, and have 2 hydrates. Is it that time? Alright, I will, but we will watch the bots do something in the meantime. So, I'm here ready to make the connection of the 2 power grids. The 1.7 million solar panel power grid on this side, which can provide 103 gigawatts of peak power, but 70-ish 75-ish gigawatts continued compensated for the night. On the left side we have the 16 gigawatt nuclear reactor. They are going to be connected. 120 gigawatts of power is going to flow potentially through this wooden power pole right here. I wouldn't, that should blow up harder than a nuke. But it won't. Right, it is time then. Place rail infra time and connect power grids. I should have named this connect power grids first, because I'm gonna read over this once I try to find it after 2 years when I finally get around to editing this. Anyway, here we go. Let's place the thing down. This is it with all the stuff. That is 53,000 belts, bunch of modules, roughly 60,000 entities. We have up to 20,000 bots, so that's 3 trips per bot. These guys are still zigzagging. I'm just gonna do this temporarily. Those are... Why did those... I'm just pressing Ctrl X all the time now. This is temporary. But because this is such a bottleneck point for the bots to fly out all over the build, I'm going to do that. We also had some power lines here, which should not be. I don't know, something else could be built there. This is now connected anyway. Okay, all of this should be on the way. It is still all in the network. So... Why is this bot still stuck there? Is this really more close by? Do I need to put more in there? What is he carrying? Like a piece of stone or whatever? Yeah, a piece. Okay, never mind then. He's exactly not making the correct angle to get to the next roboport somehow. Okay, these are on the way with these roboports. We can place the blueprint. I'll save again after making this change. And then I'll do the double hydrate stretch thing. I should look into that. Maybe I can connect a sound to the channel point redeems as well, just like for the bits. That would help me a lot. Anyway, purple signs, blueprint time. The game is not gonna like this very much. Cannot align this. There it is. Here we go. Okay, that's first a whole bunch of trees and stuff getting deconstructed. That is going to be a problem because of this zigzag problem over here. Okay, now we can see where the belts are going to be. So I guess where these bots are stuck, we'll just place a couple extra roboports here as well. That should reduce the zigzagging somewhat. Okay, now we got a whole front up here, so it's time to zoom out, enjoy the bot highway from afar. I'm gonna zoom in a bit more. All my bots are gonna be airborne, I'm pretty sure. Look at these guys exploding all over the place. Bitrate is gonna love this. Okay, all of my bots have been called up. I got 17,000 bots in the network, which is a bit too much. Okay, they're not yet arriving. We're now gonna get the clash where... I'm probably gonna keep this off. Alright, I'm gonna get up and do the stretching thing, and we can watch the bots build this thing from the map view. Guess we can do this. Have part of the bot highway in the picture as well. Maybe I should do it like this. That has everything in the image, though this side is a bit useless. Alright, we'll do it like this. Thanks Zinc5 for the 3rd month Prime subscription. Came here to say thanks for this mic. Brilliant, been following on YouTube. Too bad there is such a big time where the VODs are gone from Twitch. Yeah, I'm working on eliminating that time window, so at least all VODs will be I will be less than 2 months behind on YouTube, which means those VODs are still going to be on Twitch. It's still going to take a little bit of time though. Will this stay without falling? Looks like it will. That is a proper bot storm. Unfortunately, the bots are gonna build the useless copper smeltery first, since the game goes through all the things to build if you in the order you place it. But if you only place one big blueprint like I just did with 60,000 items, it's gonna go from the top left like a dot matrix printer, just printing all the lines. So the first 20,000 bots are gonna be building the top section, and then the rest is just gonna be a scattered build until everything is complete. It will probably take quite a while to assign all the bots to something. No, just need to finish this build, and then that will be the end of the stream. Yeah, so the microphone is still on. I told my wife it would be 45 more minutes about 1 hour ago, so now it's still about 30 more minutes. Alright, I gotta do the double hydrate as well. First I gotta try to get back into position without disconnecting any cables. That's even more challenging than building a 10,000 signs per minute base. I have no idea where all of these cables are going now. This was coming from this way. Oh yeah, this is gonna take a long time to build because of these zigzagging bots. Should I just give in and do at least a partial diagonal thing? That would speed up things a lot. Man, your bones are really creaky. It's a Factorio 2.0 detector. Yeah, maybe. I forgot exactly, it's been such a long time since that Friday effect, how it's exactly gonna work. But they should be looking for a roboport to charge in roughly the same direction as they were already flying, right? It's not that they are already calculating the next charge point on every recharge, I don't think. I have no idea actually anymore. It's like all my bots are now stuck here. Let's watch the swarm for a bit. Yeah, compression is not gonna like that. I'm glad to see that this was useful though. It's still extremely busy on these roboports, but at least now there's like 20 instead of 2. And from here they will swarm out all over the place, I was gonna say, but mostly to here. So yeah, this is already completely built. We're up to 7 gigawatts in our 16 gigawatt base. But of course nothing is working yet, we're just placing the beacons. Beacons draw half a megawatt each. But it's only when all of this switches on that we're gonna get into trouble. I'm mostly gonna get into trouble when steel switches on, because that'll take a while to back up. And it's gonna all be on in the same amount of time. It's probably not gonna help if I try to build a Roboport, diagonal Roboport highway now. Because I'm all the way out here, I have to go all the way around. I have to build this personally, because if I don't build this personally, the bots are just gonna skip over it because of them trying to do all of this stuff. Why are you missing bells? Red belts are missing for construction. That actually could be the case. I do have a solution for that, which is this. That's probably also not gonna work right now. I could force that into an active provider chest instead. That also will take a bit of time, but at least once it's done, the logistics bots will bring back red belts to over here, which would lead to the bots having access to red belts again. Yeah, okay, we don't need to worry. We've got almost 500,000 express bells, and this build was taking 51,000 of them, so I think we're gonna be good there. I should have built a diagonal. Okay, I think we're gonna build a diagonal one. Let's not connect this. Oof. Oh, I'm not standing that far away from the rails. And I want to assign a special bot to build that. How can I see how far this network goes though? Right, I can do it like this. Do I have one of these? I do. So basically what I want to do, put a storage chest in here, one construction bot, one power line. Now I can have this power line be built remotely by this construction bot. And it's a separate network from this over here, so we should be good. Right. So we don't have wooden power poles in this network, so this bot will always be assigned to build that. And then we can go and aid in building a diagonal roboport, which means we're gonna go back to the base, reset this to just 40. And instead we'll have a lot of substations still. So we just need to up our roboport count. And then we can manually build the anti-zigzag connection. It's just a slight diagonal connection to here. I think we can just use this previously designed design. One, two, three. I guess we should put a radar there. Alright, then I'm basically just gonna go... This is the furthest zigzag. So from this point on, a different roboport should be closer by. So I guess if we start somewhere around here, and then we'll just go from here. Zigzag. Alright, we are getting back close to the base. Seven and a half gigawatts, but of course, actually the stone mine is switched on. The stone mine is similar to the copper mine. It was part of the area where all the bots still could get assigned. So everything has been assigned, everything is built. And at some point around this line here, we got the scatter build thing. And for a while there were no bots available, everything got skipped, and then bots became available again, and we get this scatter building, which will continue for the rest of the time. Okay, we are back at the base. The bots should be supplying us. Okay, that means I can manually make this available. Are the bots going to immediately pick it up? They are. Alright. That means we do gotta do this. That makes those bells available for my construction bots, and then we can later reinstate that chest again. Right, do I have my stuff? I have my stuff. I can bring some more. Right, I will switch this off though. Let's walk to the spot. Gonna start on this side probably. Probably should do the zigzag like in this fashion here. How slanted is it? So I want these to be in range as well, so probably should go something like this. And then connect it. It's just a temporary connect anyway. So perhaps we'll do this. So we'll walk over here. Probably the bots won't have any of this assigned. Actually, they might get there before we are there. But I think we'll just start here and then just go in a line out to over there. etc, etc. I have to wait until I'm there to see it. How is our power? Still 7.5 gigawatts. So nothing is really drawing lots of power just yet. Maybe I should do it in 3 steps, where the belts are the last step, so all the machinery gets placed first and then all the belts. Yeah, the 2-month storage is only available for... actually, I don't know, is it available for partners? I got Twitch Turbo before I was a partner, and I didn't cancel it afterwards. I got Twitch Turbo exactly and specifically for that. So that my videos will be saved for 2 months instead of 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it was. Alright. The benefit is now this is immediately charged. Except here I am again, manually chopping trees. Okay, I don't mind if not all the roboports get placed. I only mind if all the power gets placed. Oh wait, I have the wrong armor on. That's why I don't have any range. Should have been charging up this bad boy. I guess we'll do it afterwards. Alright, now the zigzag is here, but now the zigzag is actually getting stuck until we can connect it to this side. Well, it looks like at least some part is already working, as we wanted to. So now it's just a matter of reaching the end here. Alright, we have arrived. Alright, that's looking a lot better. They're still zigzagging, but now the zigs and the zags are a lot less sharp in angle, which means they'll do less zigging and less zagging and more actual work. So that is what we were going for. Also, this distance is now not too great to cross, so that is one reason to do this angle instead of the other angle. Also, it's going to be less work to deconstruct later on, but yeah, now we are going to be good. A big flagpole, basically the Super Mario Bros. 1 flagpole. Mirrored. with yellow drips falling from it. At least we're getting some time in on the actual save game as well. That is nice. Not all time was spent in the editor. Alright. What a sight. Okay, I'll read through signs a bit. I think I'm then gonna call it though. It's getting late, and yeah, I think there's also gonna be a nice opening screen for the next stream to just complete the build while I get ready, so we can watch the bots place all the stuff. Yeah, I haven't looked into it. I don't think it's longer possible to store VODs for longer than 2 months on Prime. That's why I port them to YouTube. It's been... I've gotten this Twitch Prime stuff, or this Twitch Turbo, and I got 2 months and it hasn't changed since, even after I became partner. But I gotta look, yeah, if I have 2 months storage for free as a partner, I may as well cancel my Twitch Turbo stuff. Ah yeah, Zinc 5 already found out. 60 days. Highlight the entire VOD. There's a lot of people that do that, highlighting the entire VOD. How is that? VODs can be side-loaded, like I think they have some sort of agreement where they just use, they don't physically move the video. It does take barely any time to move the video from Twitch to YouTube, so it's almost like it's like shared in some way, somehow connected or something. I don't know exactly. It's different companies though, so maybe it's not like that. But it usually doesn't take too long. The problem is I get disconnected often, and if I get a lot of disconnects, I have to manually download videos, put them together in the video editor, let the export run overnight, and then upload a 40 gigabyte file to to YouTube. That takes a lot of time. Partners, Turbo and Prime creators. Alright, so I can get rid of my subscription then. You left, but it's a thing. I don't think that sounds a lot like, not really like abuse, but definitely unintended usage of that feature. So I'm not gonna get into that because, well, it will lead to, even if it's like technically not against the Twitch law, it is against the spirit of the law, I guess. What is larger, Mike's VOD folder or is Factorious saves folder? Saves, for sure. I don't store my VODs personally, they just go to YouTube and that's that. It's dumb, you have to put them on YouTube. I don't know. I don't mind it. I still consider myself primarily a YouTuber. Although... yeah, I have to take a look, man. I do want to start, if I can, I want to do multi-streaming for Factorious Space Age, to try that out. I may try that out actually with building the final Warptorio base, which is gonna be happening soon actually. I may just stream that process as well and just try out multi-streaming. I do gotta get some more subscriptions here and there to be able to do that though. Like I think Streamlabs wants you to pay them some money as well in order to be able to multi-stream, but it's definitely gonna be worth it in my opinion. Okay, we're also out of furnaces. This thing had 4,000 furnaces. I think I just stored up like 2,000 only. I really gotta reconsider the amount of machinery I'm storing here. This is just 2,000 assemblers. I guess we're not having 2,000 assemblers, and the only reason we have so many furnaces is because it's purple signs, which is a lot of steel. Yeah, we only have like 336 assemblers for the entire rails build, but that is powered by 10 times as many furnaces, so I guess we're gonna run into that problem again with yeah, we're gonna run into that problem again. This is a desperate times calls for desperate measures kind of solution. Okay, at least we're no longer out of small power lines. So I will go through that in the next stream, I guess. Just figuring out if I should up the storage limits for some of these things. I think assemblers is fine, but yeah, furnaces probably is fine too. What about these though? That's only 1200 of these chemical plants, only 200 or so of these oil refineries. Yes, actually I think all of that is going to be fine, really. How are we for... $21,000 solar panels. Well, we need like 45 still, so we're about halfway there with the remainder of the solar panels. It should be 2 more hours and then we should have all of them produced. Alright, the super dense ziggy thing is gone. So it is really doing a lot of good, this diagonal highway. And I don't see any places where the bots are really gathering in too large amounts. I'm not sure why these guys are not spreading out over more roboports here, because we've got plenty in the neighborhood. Maybe they are still there from the beginning or something. Alright, robots back to just 8. I guess let's throw some speed modules in there. We can use our stashed resources to quickly make the missing furnaces, really. Looks like most of those have probably have been turned into blue belts again, so I'm gonna keep those on me. So the bots can have those available. Alright, that is gonna print out a bunch of these furnaces. There's a temporary thing, we will delete this again. We did an active provider, so it's gonna be moved over there. And if I then just limit this chest, we're not gonna overproduce like a maniac. And instead we are going to use... we're gonna need more of these. So let's place one more chest, that should be enough. Miners should be fine as well. We are using 6 miners for 13 furnaces in an iron build. And 6 miners for 64 furnaces in a steel build, I think. So yeah, miners is fine, we just need more furnaces in stock. It's a temporary build, so we definitely gotta hook up these power lines. Maybe we can have this sort of emergency build just sitting on the pathway with unassigned assemblers until we need something. I don't know. Alright. Yeah, the edit is going to be short. I'm not going to edit it in my regular style, with detailing every step of the way. This is just going to be, I don't know, maybe I'm going to practice the one video per series format and just try to turn this entire 300-hour build into one video. I can do that, I say confidently. Then I think about the self-balancing starter base and how much effort went into that and how neat it all works, and I think that's gonna be pretty long already just to get the starter base covered. But yeah, then the nuclear plant, I'm not gonna go into how it exactly works or something then. I'm just gonna say we designed it, we plopped it down, we've got 100 of them, blah 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 blah. And it was a mistake to do the solar. There's the 1000 science per minute base. Also the dual functionality with the module production. I will have to try to not waste too much time on that. That's going to be the goal. Alright, I'm gonna make the end game save here. We go 344. End of stream save. And then next time we can start the silent part of the stream with the bots completing the rail build. And actually it's going to be switched on immediately, that is bad. I will take this out. As well as this. So I can manually switch on a rail production later. Yeah, actually no, this does not need to go. If we block stone and steel and iron, we can manually switch on all the resources once we are here. That's important. But at least all the furnaces will get filled, that is nice. Alright, so this is the end of stream save. Here we are. It just doesn't fit, man. It's too large, these builds. Alright, this is gonna be the end screen save. Another hydrate. I'm gonna get up in the night. Condense it to a short. I can do that right now for you. Building a 10,000 signs per minute base in Factorio is really easy. You just build a starter base which builds the 1000 signs per minute base which builds the 10,000 signs per minute base. And it works. And then just plop in some of those hyper sound effects. Raise your voice to an absurd level and all that kind of stuff. Just do it TikTok. I have never even opened the TikTok website and I'm proud of that. I'm gonna keep it that way. TikTok is a different 6-letter word. And don't forget the dubstep. I'll just play all the Factorio tracks at once. To keep in the spirit of my series. Alright, I'm really gonna go to bed. It's past 12. Yeah, it's hard to skip through Twitch VODs. I try to team them though around a certain thing. So it is easier to skip certain VODs which involve a lot of biter eradication or that kind of stuff. Some VODs I don't do anything related to the actual base progression. Of course there's all side stuff which needs to be done as well, but some of these streams are skippable in that regards, or at least largely. So yeah, but putting chapters in the stream would be like a nightmare. It would be way too much work. I would have to putting chapters in a YouTube video, in a long one, costs at least half as much time as watching the entire video, but at least that's my experience. When I did it for the Biters for Resources edit, which is 2 hours, it took me probably 1.5 hours to put the chapters in, so I cannot really do it for my streams. Alright. So yeah, enjoy the outro screen. I'm not gonna let it play out full because it's gonna take probably at least 30 minutes for this to be completely filled in by the bots. But yeah, hopefully I will see you probably next Friday, highly likely next Friday. I'm not sure of the exact timing yet. I'll try to post it on Discord and update the stream planning as soon as I know. I'm gonna aim for 4 o'clock, but it's a bit variable on Fridays. On Sundays I'm usually there after the Formula 1 race if there's one, and if not, usually starting around 4 o'clock Central European time, that is. The YouTube edited series is there is going to be a YouTube series of this, but I'm gonna wait until the stream is done. I have literal hundreds of save points where I can refilm some material. I'm going to do it differently there. I'm first going to write the script, how I want to have it, and I'm going to purpose record video material to match the script, to convey what I want to say, to basically visualize that, instead of first playing and then writing the script after the fact by rewatching my own videos, which is how I create Warptorio. But there I need to justify every step of the way, where here I know what's gonna happen, because I did already play it, I just did not record it properly, at least. So yeah, I'm just gonna write the condensed script and then record material to match the script, which should result in a way more concise video. That is the hopes and dreams, at least. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching and for helping me with missing belts and all that kind of stuff. And hopefully I will see you all next time.